Hi, everybody. This is Allison from AllyKat Creations. How are you? Please like, share, subscribe to my channel if you have yet to do so, and if you get anything from my work. A connect on epiphany, a mind explosion, a new book to read, a new author to explore, artwork to create. Can't see it yet, but it'll be there. Please consider supporting my work. All the links are at the bottom of the description of this channel. AllyKat 211. AllyKat is me. Hi. Hi, y'all. Make sure you are liking, hyping my videos if you can, if you would heart align with that. Discern, go in your heart space. If you want to see the beautiful pyramids, paintings, craft and sips, paint and sips, hyper-realistic drawings, portraits, dog, cat, person, please go check out my website, AllyKatCreations211.com. That's where you can see all the artwork. And if you're interested in purchasing any of it, please email me because I do everything privately. Lastly, I have channel memberships, 3D, 4D. You guys get cute emojis. You got Freya Cat. And birthday girl is down here. She's on the beanbag, so she might make an appearance tonight. I don't want to bother her right now. Ha! There's little Thor emojis. I do oracle card readings, so my channel members get channel member only content and they get readings. So think about it. I charge $40 and you're getting a big steal. I also have a 4D membership. That is where many of you can give me feedback on content that I am working on behind the scenes, and you guys can give me some advice or things that what made sense, what didn't. And it's a great way to work with me. Because it's not just about me, it's about all of you too, because I'm just a cog in the big grandest scheme of wheels here. It is outside. Little Thor literally got home. I did not walk today. It didn't even snow yet. By the way, it said it was going to snow early and it didn't. And the good thing I did drive because it is ratchet outside. Brick as balls. I have a button too that says brick as balls. More with the New York City accent, by the way. Little Thor did show up not too long ago, so I'm kind of glad. I was going to go on earlier. But I needed to get myself back in warmth and get everything going so I could be here tonight for all of you. Hi, Scott. Hi, Ashmaya. Hi, Charlene. Hi, Arnie. I was watching your show too that you're on, and I totally missed. I did catch up, so it's awesome. So I'm gonna leave the links after the live. If you have not checked Arnie Layton out on his show today, go check it out. And I know I just saw in from Ripple of Waves from Janine, she's gonna have Buckshot on tomorrow. So I'm gonna leave that link in there because we like to support everybody that supports us. So thank you everybody that did show up for Arnie. Unfortunately, I was at work. Oh, they seem to be. And that's a tribe that we all need to be we all need to cross the streams, to say the least. We definitely have to cross the streams. Make sure if you after the live, because I don't have everything set up in the link section. Make sure you're after the show if you're interested in anything. I have Fluid Pour Patriot. I got Arnie's website because we know we love his oracle cards. I have Michael Zinn's information because he's putting out really good content and a whole plethora of other stuff. So go check out the link section. And I do want to thank each and every one of you. Hi, Tim. I really do. I got a message this morning and I wasn't able, today was crazy at work. with the kiddos. So I was not able to be on my I looked like I was on my phone, but it was just more checking things. Um Freya made top 10. Thanks to all of you voting and the effort that you guys have done to get her to top 10. Let's get her to number 1. Oh yeah. Uh-oh. Chicken! Buck buck! Chicken came out early today. 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 One of Charlene's creations. She made chicken for my kiddos in my classroom. And then I just stole this one and some others. We'll never bring Batty to the classroom because Batty is mine. Batty is mine. The first 50 she did drop to 3rd place. She did. Uh so not from the beginning, but like ever since like it's getting hot and heavy right now, like Freya has made it to top 10. I got the little text, I get a text message when things are heating up. It's like American Idol. It's funny. I look, I did it out of pure intuition, pure, hey, we need to get here. So if you haven't done so already, Freya is currently first. She made the top 10, made the top 10 up here. 6 days, anything can happen. Please make sure you're voting. I think I did bring chicken to life. And it's really funny because I have kids in my little ones that like call themselves chicken nuggets. It's hysterical. So go vote for Freya. The link is in my posts, my YouTube community tab. You can go there and you can find the link and you can vote. If you have Facebook, find me. I link it every day on my Facebook around 11-ish Central because that's when I have my lunch break for the most part, depends on the day, and I get to post her stuff. So make sure Freya's down here. She's sleeping on the beanbag. So make sure you are voting for Freya. We need to get her to number 1. I saw another cat contest with Fluffy, the comedian. I'm thinking about it. It's a commitment. I swear, it's a real commitment. It ain't easy. So I hope that there was a change in the weather, sort of, not for me. We were supposed to start snowing around 10 o'clock. It was like supposed to come in really quick, like a squall, and then dissipate, and then like overnight. It's starting to get a little bit of like you could smell it. So we do have like a fact snow happening up here, but that's actually not really what's affecting the coast. So there is a little bit of a change. Go watch Max Velocity. We will see. I don't know, but just make sure you're prepared. It is. I am commanding the field around me with perfect love and perfect trust that I have a husband incoming, that I have the YouTube channel is thriving right now. I'm excelling my expectations. I like 10 to 12 people sometimes a day. Sometimes it takes a few days, but I am grabbing more people. I'm commanding my field to magnetize opportunities. And we're going to get into this because I did a new little thing that yesterday, I was so banana nuts yesterday. I really wanted to do a Blavatsky reading, and that never took place. I was on the phone with a head mentor for my People for People, and that became a 2-hour conversation, which after I get off of work, that's a lot of time to figure things out. And I could gift free memberships, and you don't really have to do anything at all besides just fill out some things on their website. And then there's a lot of goodies that can come. You can become a part of a community. You can be somebody that sits in the background and listens to the very inspiring, beautiful things that happen on People for People. And the reason why I'm very much behind People for People is because I'm not doing it at the moment, but when we merged with 2 other states for the moment, and my impact director is now doing something with podcasting, which is great. This is what I do. But what I was doing was bridging people and their experiences together, and it was very holistic and very beautiful and very inspiring. And that's exactly the direction that I'm hoping that more entities come together and do. It's a startup. The idea is, after this happened, a lot of the country got just disjointed, especially like states like New York and the major cities, because a mandate isn't an effing law, and my constitutional rights were ripped away from me. Every contract I signed for work was ripped up and like gone to the wind. Go try to sue these people. They don't, it's like still deaf ears uh to say, hey, like there was no reason for my ending abruptly my job. Thanks, because I didn't get this. Illegal. But that's a fight, a long stretch fight, and that's not a short-term fight. So the idea came to start communities within states or bridging states together so that if something were to happen again in that capacity, that there would be people, places, and things that have resources you can barter, pitch out your business if you have one, or just be a part of people that if something were to happen, that you have people to connect with, right? We do this here on YouTube, but it's nice to branch out to a different audience. And that's why I like People for People. And I have 3 free memberships to give away. So if you're interested, please email me. I'm going to need your home address, your email address, your phone number, and that's about it. No one's mailing you shit. You're not getting anything. It's just something for their records. And the email is really where it's at. That's what they really need, because they're going to email you. You fill out a little couple of things, and then you put down that I recommended you, and then you go under me. And then I will send you information to come and join our community and see what it's about. It's fun. So, but if you want more information, please email me too. I'm more than happy to send you some good stuff. Did it disappear, Charlene? So yesterday I was in a funk. Like after that conversation happened, because there's a lot of like moving parts with the startup. Um, that wasn't there's a couple of things that aren't going in my direction in the like things like Mercury retrograding with me figuring out emails and back office and we just merged with another state, so my role shifted and I have to go get another handbook to read to make sure I know what I'm doing and all like in a good way. But after I decompressed a bit, um like this is how the universe tests you. And it was one of those things that I'm noticing in collective mindsets here. Because I'm seeing it not just like between people who are expanded, but also people in commentary normland 3D. You feel inside like the knowing, the clear sentient, clear cognizance that a lot of us have. We have this knowing, like things are feeling like something's about to break, right? The precipice has been met. You're like, and then you get hit by the brick wall, and it's okay, great. And listening to a lot of the quantum videos that I've been watching, I know Scott listens to them too. It's like, well, you hit the buffer zone and you hit the null point, and that's where I'm at. They're like, oh, you're only there because, like, for many different reasons. We're all there in different reasons. But a lot of the what I'm starting to pick up on and questioning, is this a program or is this real? I believe it's real to an extent. I do believe there's programming in there. I just have to pluck out what that looks like. Because what it's explaining to you in quantum terms and your nervous system is composed of electrons, neurons. You conduct electricity. You could get hit by lightning. You have static electricity. You shock things. You have plasma going on in your body. You have water. You are a conductor. Your field can't be seen, your electromagnetic field, unless you have the sight for it, but normal people don't have it. You don't know what you're emitting. And they always say, like a couple of months ago, I was telling you guys, well, how do you know what you are actually in frequency with? Meaning, what are you putting out? What's your hertz? You can listen to 528, you can listen to 439, 963, whatever. There's a billion out there. What are you emitting out of your frequency, out of your body? There's no tools for that. You're only like you get these machines that come in a box and they transmit frequency and it helps you heal and calm down, which is great. I'm not saying don't get them, but what are you frequenting? That's what I question. And then the somatic work is tuning your heart and feeling it instead of imagining it, instead of just listening to a frequency to feel better. Of course, we want to do that. But if we are trying to collapse something into the branching of this reality, there's a lot of moving parts to that. That I'm an understanding with. I'm not upset with that. What I'm upset with is when you're doing all this work and you're showing up for yourself, at what point do you become the naive person that it never actually comes? Most of us are not expecting things to show up the way we are imagining it because that doesn't happen, right? So you're surrendering, you're letting things flow. You're just showing up for yourself each and every day. I'm always doing this. sighing out, doing my and humming and really tuning in. I know it probably is batshit crazy for some. Betty! But it's working for me because I do feel better. I do see changes in my reactions, but right. And here's the thing, Charlene, and I understand, like I didn't get to see it, but I got to see a little bit of what Alexander wrote. I'm in agreement with that to the most part. Astrologically speaking, we were just building up to Neptune in Aries, because Aries is the igniter, it's the fire, it's the passion, it's the motivation, it's to get off your ass and start moving. But Saturn enters Aries for a long cycle as well. It retrograded back into Pisces and now it's going into Aries in and around March, Aries season at the end of March. That's a whole nother can of fuck. I don't know. I don't think it affects all of us differently. If Aries is in your chart, and if it isn't, it's okay. It's still affecting the dynamic of humanity. For a lot of people like me, it's not necessarily my Saturn return. My Saturn happens to fall in Scorpio, which is even like fuck you, even more. But I still am an Aries sun. So it does affect everybody. It's just at what interval does it affect you? And that's holding yourself accountable and really like taking the bull by the horns and getting structured. And we're still in the phasing of humanity, not only just self, of purging the last remnants of that old timeline. That's all it really is. Upstairs message to Charlene and Scott, because I also have had this happen to me where I write something, it disappears. Rumble is a good instance for that. Some things are not meant to be spoken right away. Not because you're wrong, because you're over the target. And we've noticed this with other people that are into the research and do a lot of digging. We've seen that over the target, over. But when it comes to spiritual stuff and you're pointing stuff out, spirit censors us sometimes. It's not the YouTube gremlins, it's not the politics. It literally is spirit going, okay, great message, but not for everybody at this moment in time. Which is really shocking because yesterday was like the first time I had a bit of a moment yesterday because I wanted to unleash and I had held restraint for a good reason. There's just stuff that a lot of people still don't grasp. There's people that like I don't care what people really honestly. I like to know that people value me and just ponder what I'm saying. I don't need you to believe what I'm saying. I don't need you to um run with my words to every exact thing and follow it like a Bible. I don't want you to do that at all. It's just perspective. And we need more of that. We need more of the viewpoints. There's no absolutes. The only absolute is that all that is. God itself is the absolute. And even the Urantia book is arguing that point because It's like, oh, this is the absolute, this is the supreme absolute. There's like different levels to it. But if we look at it in vibration and density standards, sure, there is different components of source that has labels. That's all your rancher is describing is the one that is in labels. I don't necessarily believe in their politics or how some of their depictions go down, but there is a structure to the universe, and we are definitely seeing it. It's no different down here than it is up there in terms of a system that works. Yes, I had spiritual lockdown when Timothy Leary was a big thing in my life. I was able to start, and I'm still spiritually locked down in certain areas of my abilities for a good reason. There are still people out in this world that can handle absolute vibratory state humanity truth, because there is no right or wrong, and that's a truth. That's an expanded viewpoint. That's an expanded version of a higher density level of thinking, and people can't accept it. People are still stuck in materiality. People are still stuck in the one paradigm in the matrix. But here's what I've been uncovering, really taking in a lot and doing a lot of introspection. And I was told this before, it just never clicked with me. We're not here to exit the matrix. Yes, Ash Maya. We're not here to exit the matrix. There's a big reason for that, and I never got clarity on it. And I have better clarity on it, but not a completeness. We're here, we volunteered, many of us, and the people that don't really realize that they did, we all came to play out a role individually, racially, geographically, cosmically. We all came to play a game. Whatever game you would like it to be, whether it's World of Warcraft, whether it's chess, whether it's 5D chess, whether it's checkers, whatever your game is, you came to play. Some lives that you are concurrently living, you're losing. You're on the losing side of the coin. In other lives that you're living, because you do have a shadow side and a light side, and the menu of options in superposition can be observed in any one of those locales. It could be from the shadow, it could be from the light. You choose. That's your free will choice of choosing what menu items you want for yourself. The problem is, up until this point, the majority of people haven't been aware that your subconscious has been choosing and collapsing reality for you on autopilot. Everything that's in front of you, everything that you do in your life has been on autopilot for the most part. There are things that people consciously call in, and if it's in divine orchestration, it will come. But more and more of humanity is getting deja vu. More and more people are having time lapses, like, wow, it really feels like it's been 5 hours and only 5 minutes passed. Other times it's like, wow, this 5 minutes feels like 5 hours. People are seeing and feeling and having those experiences. And the key word there is feeling. Because you can't ignore a feeling. You can ignore untangible evidence, because if you don't see the ghost or you don't see the sleepy draggy right there, sleepy draggy is still sleepies. But only a limited select number of people actually are aware that there's a sleeping dragon there. It's just in a different cloaking of my reality. For us on the expanded consciousness, we don't have much in ways to navigate what's to come because we're the ones writing it. You could choose in superposition, like I'm choosing things I know I can obtain. It's not that I can't, it's that I know I'm already living it. Like I know there's no doubting in my ego. And that's a big key thing too. Is your ego at play? And I should have said this yesterday, but I did not. The doubt gets blurry when your intention, your focus, you're tuning your body, you're showing up, you're mastering your reactions, you're coming into a greater awareness of how to tune, how to feel. What do you want to feel and what do you choose? When we can master that individually and we start seeing real deal evidence, not just little like nuggets, chicken nuggets, little, we want the chicken sandwich. We want the chicken parmesan hero. We want the big smackdown, but we're only getting little chicken nuggets here and there. We're getting chicken nuggets, which is the universe saying, hey, you're on the right path. But then your 3D world kicks in. And it's like, well, that's a test. Like, don't react to the bill that came in the mail and don't react to your bank account being empty. Don't react to this. Okay. But and it's not to put anybody down. It's not to put myself down or put myself in a state of anxiety because I'm not there anymore. I was a very anxious, what am I going to do person? Because it really came down to that. What am I going to do? At some point, the universe doesn't respond. So, how do you pay your bills? And how does your anxiety not start spiking? Not because do you want to numb yourself out? Your 3D world still has to exist in order for you to rewrite the matrix. And what I've been noticing in the programming of like, I watch a lot of Oracle and tarot cards. I like to see the themes that Aries suns are, or sun, moon, and rising signs for Aries, because that's usually what I attune with the most. I like to see my themes. So if like the same 5 cards pop out in 20 different people's readings, they don't know each other. They're not, they're shuffling. You could see they're not just bullshitting you. And 20 people pull out the 5 of Wands, the 5 of Swords, the 5 of Pentacles. Well, fuck. Fives are not the best cards in the tarot. There's conflict. There's being left out in the cold. There's a lack, right? So I like to see the thing. But then you get all these other court cards and you get all these fantastic cards. And everything that I've been seeing in tarot readings and oracle readings is like, oh, it's right there. It's gonna happen. Oh, but then each month, the month goes by, you get excited because you're like, okay, I'm doing the work and I'm putting the work in and I'm doing and I'm flowing. And yes, it's a general reading for millions of people who are Aries or whatever sign you are, and if you do that. But every month, it's like, oh, carrot on a stick, carrot on a stick, carrot on a stick. Is that a program? I watch oracle card readings more for themes that I need to do my healing with. That's what I do. I pull cards. I am not saying everybody's going to get their abundance tomorrow. It's supposed to come. And abundance doesn't necessarily mean financially. Are you abundant with resources? Are you abundant in joy and happiness? It doesn't necessarily need to be money all the time. We equate it to that in the third dimension, but is it that? I see that. It's highlighting the sign really, really nice. But that's where I wanted to come off of yesterday. Like, I know I'm not alone feeling this. I'm not alone doing the work. I am not alone in feeling like I hit a brick wall. I, lots of things have collapsed out of my life. A lot of things have recapitulated in my nervous system. I know that. I know I'm maturing. I know my language is maturing. I know I'm showing up. Not that it wasn't authentic. I'm still authentic, but my reactions are different. I'm staying calmer in situations that would otherwise in the old paradigm, like I'm already gray. I can't equate anymore to like stress. I'm done with it. I'm over that paradigm. Whatever. I let a lot of things go over my head, but there's certain things that you still need to show up for yourself for. In order for your life to move, you have to do certain things in 3D in order to survive and to thrive. Can't do that when your brick wall happens. They always like, well, if you do the vision board and you lost your job, and okay, so what does someone do as they wait for another opportunity? If you listen to Neville Goddard and Brian Scott reading Neville Goddard and any of the other people who spoke about manifesting, some people took 6 months, but it's always the lawyer, the architect. It's always the people that have some backing, there's some savings that if they lost their job or lost something, they could still live. There are people that are in nothing that are like, okay, real world just hit. What do I do? And that is absolutely truth, Charlene. A long time ago, after I hit, really after my mom passed away, I had to sit down with myself. I had a medium reading, and the medium's like, you got to sit down with yourself and you have to determine a couple of things, and it will come to you in time. He's like, I can't tell you. That's they're not letting me share what, but you need to sit down and find your inner, like Charlene just said, your inner happiness. You have to be happy, not content, happy with yourself. You have to love yourself. In order to love anybody fully and truly with purity, you have to love yourself and you have to know your worth and your value. And a lot of good people like myself in the past has given my power away, not in one of those bad ways, because I love helping people. I love doing for people. But my problem is I overgive. I don't set my own boundaries up. And that's not just with money, that's with my time, that's with my art, that's with like yearning to belong to something. And it's not a mask and it's not necessarily wrong, but it's not pure. And I really feel this more now than ever. Like my inner happiness was tested the last 6 months. Standing up in my authority and being like, no, I'm not being walked on anymore. I'm not being taken advantage of anymore. I don't want the false fronts and the happy fake smiles in front of my face. I'd rather someone tell me you're a putrid bitch, fuck you, and run out of my life. Good, goodbye. I don't need you. I know my worth and I know my value. All the people that put fake smiles on and called me sweetheart and oh, I love that you're here. And then the big divide happened, the character assassination happened, and you saw people left. And what's really funny is when I put up a Facebook story, a lot of those people actually watch it. So do you care? Do you not care? You know, and it depends too. Sometimes these Friday Night Lives go for, sometimes I get like under 100 people that view it, and sometimes I get over 300 people that view it. I don't know who's trolling my ass. Hi, trolls. I love you, no matter what. And I'm not going to hold any judgment or harsh hatred. I don't hate. I'll just love you more. I just want you to see you're not, how do I word this? Not many people have their expansion. Right now, a lot of people view that they do, and they're hypocritical about it. You say, where we go one, we go all, and yet you hate. You can't have it both ways. You can't project love and light and only for a certain amount of people and not for all. And a lot of people can't get the third dimensional concept of, well, it's God. God's having an experience through you, you beautiful souls. And it chose different polarities to express itself in. And we choose each life to be the villain or the hero, or just the complacent person living the 9 to 5 life and just showing up every day, right? Everybody holds a key of frequency and everybody plays a role for each other, and everybody is one. I wish more people would show up for themselves. I wish more people would see the hypocrisy in their words. And we all do it. We really do all do it, right? I did it back in the day. I would say love and light, and then I did have not necessarily hatred. I there's very few things in this world that I hate. Because like food is really the thing that some things I can't put in my mouth. And I could say, in a limited sense, I hate it, right? Or a texture or something I like would never flatter my body type to wear, right? Like, oh, I hate that. I'm not talking about that kind of hate. I'm talking about the visceral, you want death, destruction, and power over others kind of hate. Because you're so adamant in the perception that you hold, you don't see the other side of the coin. And then when it's presented to you, your ego is like, oh, I can't get bruised. Ego death is a very difficult state to be in, and a lot of people are in that right now. One facet of it. Yes, Charlene, and it is the way. I had to sit and do a lot of forgiving myself for being, and here's the thing. There are people who have transcended that will never give you an apology. You just forgive them. They might have really messed up your world and made it upside down and inside out. There was a reason for that. It was orchestrated that way. You just have to figure out the why. What was the lesson? Detach your emotional state and learn the lesson. And if you don't have a lesson, maybe you imparted something onto them. It goes both ways. There's always a lesson, learning, teaching lesson in everything. You're the teacher and the student at the same breath. Own it. Forgive yourself, first and foremost. And if you were the perpetrator of doing something, A, it was probably in your contract to do that something. B, it all serves a purpose. You're just not seeing what the purpose is. Forgive yourself. You're We only act and do from the state of our frequency and knowing. It's like a baby. The baby doesn't have the awareness yet when it's crying and screaming and throwing, like little kids throwing a tantrum. They're not in a whole place of knowing how to verbalize their needs. So they're going to scratch, claw, and kick and throw a tantrum on the floor because they don't know. They don't know how to get it in a nicer, better way. Yes, Charlene, but there are some analytical, reasonable people out there that need to have like a why, but the why also is a catalyst to send you on a deeper journey of exploration deeper. But if it's surface level, I absolutely agree with that. I do. Because you're not always going to get your answers. You're not. There are plenty of things that have gone wrong in my life, and I do the meditation and I ask upstairs why. I won't get the answer for it. And it might come after the fact that I'm transcended or in another state of being that, oh, that's why that happened. Oh, cool. But it's only helping self, right? You know, the cold calculated killers out there and the people that don't feel empathy and don't have it, there are people that do not have empathy. They don't have sympathy. They came in with pure unemotion and pure rage and pure neurological issues. They do heinous, horrible things in this world, and they have absolutely no remorse for it. Still forgive them. They're in a different state of mind. You might not understand it. I feel bad for people like that. You know, a lot of the kids today, and this is why I hope the system drops dead really quick. It should have dropped dead a long time ago, but we're past that point. Not on that timeline. What breaks my heart, because I see it in my own school a lot, kids are yearning for attention. They want hug. They want some love. They want to sit on a lap. They want to be read to. They want to have a cuddle. They want closeness. And there's no one there to give it to them. And unfortunately, it's because of the system that's being ran that puts parents in positions where they can't show up for their kids because they have to put the food on the table. They got to make sure that the electric bill that no one can pay is paid. To make sure that there's clothes, food, and everything else the kid needs to survive. But another component that is missing is, unfortunately, you have to sacrifice one to get the other. A lot of these children that come from broken homes or homes that mom and dad are both needing to work to put food and pay get the bills paid month to month, living paycheck to paycheck. These kids are not getting the love and the affection that they need. So when the kid comes to school, automatically, emotionally, their nervous system breaks down because they want nothing but attention, and it's always the wrong one, the wrong type of attention. They act out so that mom gets called and they get picked up. They want mom. They want dad. And this world has stripped these innocents. And yes, this is stuff that they also signed up to have to overcome. Again, soul contract. But if we look at a humanity and want to rewrite the matrix, because we're not exiting, we're rewriting the code. And that's through us doing the work. The biggest code rewrite that I would write for society and humanity is not pure sheer laziness that you get paid to sit on your ass and eat popcorn. No, unless you are disabled. Parents should make a living wage. Bills and infrastructure shouldn't be so high that a family can't survive. Parents also have to take the responsibility and know if they can have children. We're all supposed to be here, all of us. But we have a dichotomy of people, and I'm seeing the younger generations just keep making the same mistakes. They're just throwing their energetic fields to the wind and going for cardinal animal desires. Kids don't know any better. That's learned from watching and exploring this world. And if we can recode that kids that are alive right now have everything provided for them, basic necessities, and parents that are able to give them the actual time and attention, it's not going to happen for every home, but it would happen for more people if parents were able to actually enjoy their children instead of working 80 hours a week. Unless that's by choice, you know. I've been saying this since the cows have been flying over my house, right? Systems need to collapse. We're starting to see little remnants and little inklings that stuff is going to happen. But for me, it's a little too late. For me, what's the most important is the state of education is in the shitter. There's no tolerance for kids right now who are upgraded, who are autistic, who have a lot of problems that are just thrown in and not dealt with properly. People are throwing out autistic diagnosis like because there's more funding for it. So a school will tend to try to give a kid, and I'm not saying this is in every school or any of the economy, because most parents won't even admit their kid has something wrong with them. They don't want that on their record. It's a stigma that we all have to get rid of too. There's a lot we need to get rid of. And that's why a lot of us are here. No matter what age bracket you fall into, it doesn't matter. You're here to rewrite, recode in your own way, your structure, the structure of the matrix that you create. Once you change the structure of your code internally and put it out into the field, things start dynamically changing. Some of the bigger things that supposedly why a lot of us are in the null zone, well, you have a bigger purpose. There's more refinement happening. There's more pressure in the diamond that needs to be created in you. Cool. I'm okay with that. Stop the tests. Stop the tests. Give me an opportunity so at least I could just hang on with threads here, buddy. It's really scary. You know, the thing going on in Northwest Indiana right now is the gas and electric company has really, and I saw this last year for myself. I always been on a budget policy in New York. My mom was, and then when I took over the house, I was on that. And my electric bill was no more than $160 with gas. I had a 3-floor townhouse. I move out here, everything was fine until the inflation. And then I'm finding out last year I was paying almost $400 a month for gas and electric. I'm one person and I work during the day. my lights are not on and everything that's not essential is unplugged. What is happening? My bill now I just got is like 230. Once again, I applied for assistance. I didn't get much. I've been having to pump up the heat a lot higher because if I don't, my pipes will burst. I already had a burst pipe. That's still not fixed, by the way, because it's too expensive to fix. It's not a major pipe that it only goes out, it's a bib that goes out to my front to water the grass. It's not connected to the house in the major plumbing. So I've been okay with letting that one go for a bit, but all the other pipes freeze. Like last year, I didn't have water for 3 days because my pipes froze. So I have to pump the heat a little higher so that I like it's one thing after another, and there's a monopoly going on right now. You know, like all these data centers coming to Northwest Indiana. Oh, it's going to create all these jobs, and everybody's utility bills going up times 4. Why do you think these parents aren't home to take care of their kids? I have some kids that are in daycare early in the morning, are picked up by the bus from daycare, go to school all day, then go back to daycare until their parents get off of work. Is that normal? If they get to have time with their parent for a shower, a meal, and going to sleep, that's all they're getting out of their parent. Now, do you see why the system needs to be completely exploded? Hi, Kelly. How are you? The system needs to go. Absolutely needs to go. And I know a lot of people don't put these things in equations when they're thinking about like all the good stuff that we want comes with a big cost. Hi, disabled Army veteran. How are you? So that was like a lot of yesterday's like real and raw. It was just me like shooting the shit because I'm really like at the point of we're doing the work. We hit the brick wall, and it's not saying the brick wall is like the brick wall, right? We want to get past that brick wall. But at what point, if you keep persevering and keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing and keep pushing, there's two types of burnout. Sorry, guys. My hair is I have had head all day. Freezing. It's like 9. I'll tell you what, it's 17 degrees and it's 5, the real feel. 5 degrees. So we have us doing the work the last couple of months, tuning in, tuning from the frequencies of our heart space, putting up those barriers and those boundaries, doing the meditative work. And it's not necessarily spending an hour in meditation. It's like taking a couple of minutes before you wake, like when you wake up, when you go to sleep, and checking in with yourself during the day. It's a couple of breaths and you're good. And figuring out where to master where you're still seeing the breaches from the old self. The universe is testing you. Is it? Sure. to a point. You're testing yourself. You're trying to see if you're ready. But is the holdup really the null void, the in between, the caterpillar soup they're all in? For some of us, how long does that stage happen? Hi, El Sunray. How long does that happen? And in that in between, is the universe really cushioning us or is it still testing us? And that's my frustration from yesterday. Basically saying, well, I am not one to give up. I'm not the one to give up. I persevere through everything and I have my whole life. But when do you start pivoting your direction? Right? Because the reality that I want, that I know I'm living, that I'm branching and collapsing into this reality. How do we show up every day getting tested over testing over testing? When is there the breakthrough? Because the videos and the somatic work and all these beautiful quantum stuff that I've been listening to that I totally hard align with, they're like, well, you can instantaneously collapse reality. Can you now? You can. And if we're co-creating and rewriting the matrix for it to work for the light and work for us, we're not escaping it. We need to be here in order to restructure the matrix to make it work for the light. It was infiltrated by the dark, but the dark is still source. It's something that we all chose to have as an experience to overcome. Just like any adversity in like our lives, I chose a very difficult life to overcome because at some point, no matter what in this vehicle, I'm supposed to have my happy ever after, finally. After many numerous lives that were shit. Um, oh, that's so sweet. So there's a lot going on there, which is what you're listening to a program. Is it a narrative? Obviously, everything is a program to an extent, but is it something that is to our detriment? Like it's watching The Simpsons and seeing like, oh, you're giving your attention to that, and now it manifests 12 years later. And it's not the greatest thing. Absolutely, disabled Army veteran. Absolutely. I'm all for that. All for that. But I'm speaking to people who have been doing the work. Raising the frequency is not necessarily where it's at, where I'm that, and that's where that's their dimension, as I'm now finding out more and more. Because what is your frequency? I when I was dating Marine, that was one of the biggest things because he's an engineer and he's super, super smart. And I said, you know, all the people that you know, is there a device out there that could read your vibration? Your vibration shifts in milliseconds, altoseconds. And right now you're vibrating. But what hertz are you frequenting at? What are you putting out into your field? You can raise your frequency. That's always shifting in the wavelength because you're human. You have emotions, things you trigger you, things either elate you or raise you down. all a part of the experience. What are you giving off? Raising your frequency is great. Raising your vibrations is great. You should always have that in mind as a goal. But if you don't know what you're raising it to, in order to collapse, aka collapsing the wave function is really manifesting. That's what those terminologies in the quantum physics realm and in the spiritual land, collapsing the wave function and manifesting are hand in hand. They're the same thing. So what are we collapsing? Hopefully a better story for yourself. Hopefully goals that you know you can obtain. Going into learning and like spirit really drove me to do divine neutrality, to see divine neutrality. It's not going into a state where I'm not cognizant of good and evil, because it still plays out. It's a third dimension mechanism. It's a program that is separating or limiting your understanding that you're a part of the one. A lot of people now starting to get the concept, but have not embodied the frequency of it just yet. Most of us here have already. We already are in awareness. We're more than the one. We are one. Yeah, I dated, so I don't post when I am in a relationship with somebody. I don't give out their names. And like a lot of people are like, well, you know, in your Facebook thing is there's a falsity. You don't live there. You live over here. I'm like, yeah, it's a little, I don't want people stalking me. I already had a bullet go through my house. Literally, I had a bullet go through my kitchen window and end up in the back of my house. I don't, you know, I don't know who watches me, and I don't know, I don't need that kind of attention like that. So I don't give out other people's first names, or I give them nicknames to keep their identity safe. So I did date a Marine. Um, super, super, super genius. He was a helicopter mechanic. I have a lot of friends who served our country very well, and I am very patriotic in that regard. I have an American, well, I had to take my flags down because of the wind gusts. I don't like the flags ripping, but my house is very patriotic for the most part in the front and inside. But oh, that's crazy. I need a flamethrower to melt the plasticky snow, if you believe if you believe in that. There's a mix of all things. It's still in God's will and intention. As some of us are in the higher awareness, what do you let bother you? Sorry. Maybe the water will help. Um, what are you going to let bother you? Like the only thing I could do, and I have done in my crusade to change the world, besides showing up authentically for my students, for myself, number one, but for the rest of humanity, I have protested in New York. walked over the Brooklyn Bridge and stood in solidarity with the people that for the things that I was backing myself up on, that I believed in. Does it do shit? No. People are greedy, they want power over you, and they're going to get your dime. But it still feels good to know that you are there showing up for yourself. But what are you giving your attention to now in these days? You can write a letter and you could just put the energy out there that you're doing something to stand up for the little guy, for the underdog. It doesn't harm anybody to email to your congressman and to the people that you put in office. Hey, bruh, you want my vote? What the hell? I have friends that served in all branches. I have besides Space Force, I don't know anybody in Space Force, and that's recent. But I could say the same with that men like that. My friends that joined the Marines, one of my girlfriends just retired as a gunnery sergeant. Did not let any of that get to her head. She's a very empowered mother and a beautiful soul. But I've had some of my guy friends who came home like exaggerating and like there's a reason for it. One of my best friends was a drill sergeant in the Army. I had a friend that served overseas. A lot of them went over to war. A tanker. So crazy. Really, really crazy. But I do thank everybody for their service. Um, and I also think that's something that we also need to take, not to get galactically here, but our little third dimensional selves, right? Don't see the higher ended picture, and some of us that do. Anybody who knows Flat Earth Dave? Mr. Dave. I got to actually talk to Flat Earth Dave a few years ago. Yeah, it was interesting. Um, he showed up with that British chick that does the say, "Hi Sage, tell me about this. Unfiltered, please." She did a podcast with Dave, and then I didn't get to see the whole thing. But what? Love his questions. Most confunding questions, a lot of that. And then she does a follow up, her own little like questioning the podcast. What? So Chat GPT actually aligns a lot with Dave's questions. What? You don't need to be your reality that you're experiencing right now, that you are perceiving with these two eyes. If you're a globe earth person, that you believe outer space is planets and stars, and you're not in the Truman Show, you're outside that dynamic, that's okay. That's your reality and that's your truth. I'm not here to take it away from you. I only have experienced certain levels of experience through my light body and through my astral traveling and meditative states that I see beyond those type of realities. Your thoughts create things. So if enough people think that there's the planet Jupiter and Saturn and Neptune and all of those things, it exists somewhere in a reality. There's no right or wrong. Once again, there is no right or wrong. Morally speaking, we have right and wrong. But go tell that to a serial killer who gets his jollies off doing some heinous things, and then his perspective is like, I'm doing them a favor. Right? Like they see the world differently from us. It's not to condone their actions, it's just to say, well, they had a different perspective. And for them, it was valid. For us, it's valid. Who makes that right or wrong decision? It's up to your heart to know what's right or wrong. So it's something to really take into consideration that I feel once a lot more things start collapsing in our world, don't chase the carrot. Don't chase the stick or the string. You're all those things. Is things going to shut down? And is anything going to change? Like this was the first government shutdown. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not putting my energy anywhere near it with a 10-foot pole. Because either way, whatever is going to work out was in the reality in which I observed. If we start thinking from those perspectives, that you're observing the best outcome for humanity possible without expectations, without imagining a certain way of how things are going to go, and you just let things go, well, now, shit might actually get changed. It's a possibility. And it's one that I'm not so focused on anymore. It all affects us differently, but we have to learn how to unite. We have to learn not just communities of people, a humanity needs to learn how to unite. No matter what you believe in your belief systems, they're just beliefs, and your beliefs are allowed to be changed. That's where the programming needs to dissolve. When you sit and have a belief, it's a program. When you choose to have an expanded viewpoint and allow other things to come into your world, not be so hard-headed and so stuck in one realm of thinking, and you start expanding your thinking to different possibilities, potentialities, the beliefs are then shifting. You're not set on any one belief anymore. You might align with certain things in the world, as you should, but you have more of an awareness that things can change, and you're going to allow that change to happen and not force yourself to keep in a system that you don't feel comfortable in. OMG, Ashmaya. I need one of Freya, who's still, by the way, sleeping on the beanbag. Term limits. We need to go back to the Articles of Confederation, which I wouldn't, Jack Lander calling Jack Lander. Literally why I feel the universe, I feel like another move will be in my forecast somewhere. If it's not in state, somewhere else in Indiana. Like eventually I don't think I'm going to be here for the rest of my life. because I have goals, and goals is to get married. I want that divine compliment for myself. I want to express my life with another person and create memories that I never been able to do. I want to experience things in my life that I have yet to experience. And that can only come, and not to say that I haven't experienced things in my life or done things. I've done things and showed up for myself my whole life. It's just nice to share it with somebody on a day to day, not just Freya. Even though she's cuddly and wuddly and keeps me warm at night. Like, I'm afraid to open this text message from people for people right now. I kind of match her. I love Jack. And I think a big reason for a lot of the hesitancy in me moving somewhere is that I don't know where to go. I need the collapse. I would like the collapse to happen and then know where to go. Only because each state, if it goes back to the Articles of Confederation, each state will have control over things. I don't like how Indiana is run in a lot of ways. It's like the fucking mafia. By the way, all these towns and councils and school boards and it's all fucking greed. All of it. No matter what town you go to, it don't matter if it's a Democratic or Republican town or unincorporated to corporated. It don't fucking matter. It's all corrupt. People have their hand in every damn pot you could think of, and I'm tired of it. And that's in almost every city, every town, every little nook and cranny of the United States. It's just, where is my rights going to be to my advantage? I like Indiana because I have constitutional carry. I could carry my gun and not be told fuck. Right? I can have my gun holstered on the outside of my pants and no one can say a thing unless it's a place that I can't bring a gun into. Right? I like constitutional carry. Um, I want to be able to go outside and go to a range. I want to be able to go and not have to pay $1 million to go on a fucking road that should be free travel. I want to know what states are going to actually pay its employees properly and not just give their executives billions of dollars. I'm not saying that people should not have worth, but most of these people sit back and do much of nothing during their day, besides maybe a couple of little things on the computer. Some CEOs are actually very, very into what they're doing and they work nonstop. I don't question people, but there should be a limit. When your employees can't feed themselves and you're having 20 houses, that's a problem. My only hesitancy, because I've been getting drawn to go back to the East Coast because I'm from Staten Island. I like ocean. I really do. I like the ocean. I used to go fishing, not to eat. I would never eat out of New York Harbor in my life. I would never, ever, ever, ever eat fish out of New York Harbor. I just did it for the fun of it and throw them back. But I like, yeah, it's very meditative and soothing for me to do. The only issue I have with the East Coast is the hurricanes. And if you're in or South Carolina or by Appalachia, that also has a lot of concerns. I was originally born in Southwest Georgia. That's where I was originally born. Albany, Georgia. The Gary, Indiana of Georgia. Every list you could think of, Albany, Georgia is on the same list as Gary, Indiana. Although they are trying to get Gary back to where it was. Um, they're doing their best. Uh, I don't hate this state at all. I just don't like how the education is run around here. And comparatively, my town pays the most for what I do. I'm not happy that I'm not salaried and that I what I do should deserve hazard pay, but I live right below it. I'm right below Gary. I live right below Gary. But Indiana is a gorgeous state. It's gorgeous here. Um, it's cold as hell right now, but I grew up in New York. It's cold there too. Just about the same. Uh, I don't like Illinois. Like for me, it's energy. I need to be so when COVID happened and I lost everything in New York, I inherited my parents' house. So I took ownership. And when I lost everything, and the only way to get myself out of like that doomsday was to sell my house and move to a place because at that point, no one knew if they were going to take us back and give us our jobs back or and to this day, if you don't have your SS card, you can't go back to work in from my understanding. So how long was I going to sit there to wait? Like, hi, Sparkat, right? Like, how long was I going to sit in New York and suffer? I was 97 damn pounds when I moved to Indiana. I'm going to sit there and wait, or am I going to actually put action into motion and manifest my own shit? My problem at that time was the real estate prices were skyrocketed across the United States. I had a budget. And I also had a problem with finding a house that I didn't have to completely gut and restore. That was one of the biggest issues that I kept running into state to state. New Yorkers were fleeing to Florida, and I looked at Florida because I have a lot of people I know down there. I wasn't buying a little freaking nothing to have to pour in over $300,000 to make it livable. The housing prices down in Florida at the time were really ridiculous. The same in the Carolinas, depending on the part. A lot of the real estate there, also for a little shack, wanted over $250,000. I'm like, no, no, can't do this. Looking at property taxes, looking at like the economy, looking at I really sat there and did my homework on where I was looking at. I don't know why. I mean, I know why I landed in Indiana. Everything is divinely orchestrated, by the way. Everything. But I drove past, like being in New York, I've been to Pennsylvania a million times. I've been to New Jersey and Maine, Massachusetts. Uh, I've been to a lot of different states up in that region. Driving through a lot of them energetically, I could have went to Georgia. My biological family is still in Georgia. I actually found them, and there's nothing down there that I couldn't find other places. Like my birth father offered me to live in his one of his houses. My father is not in the best financial spots. Neither is any part of my family. My grandmother is living in a trailer. I came from this is where the soul contract comes in. I came in to break two family curses, not curses, but break the cycles in the family lines. My energy came in to do both two families, not just one, my adoptive family and my biological family. I came in to do two family breakings. Um, and that's the one that cycles in my current biological family is poverty. My biologic like that's the biologic cycle that my lineage, my bloodline comes into is that. My adoptive is compassion and love, breaking that cycle. Um, I have a ton of friends in Orlando. I have some in Daytona, um, Vero Beach, and Sarasota. I got people down there. Um, yes. And then going to the gong bath like months ago, and I was talking to the owner, and I'm like, I don't know at this, I'm in the same circumstances, but at that point, I was just like so beside myself. And I said to her, I'm like, did I ever take a vow of poverty somewhere in whatever lifetime that I took it in? I don't know. I don't read the Akashic like other people because it's always forever a moving thing. And in one of my lives, like concurrently happening, just in another dimension, I did take a vow of poverty. I was a Buddhist monk. I had hidden knowledge, like the secret wisdom teachings in that paradigm. And to escape death, I chose to be in secret to keep the secret safe because I'm sure I was an alchemist. I took a vow of poverty to hide in a temple so that I wouldn't be butchered. And that in secret, I could impart that knowledge onto a worthy initiate. So I had to go in and clear that out for myself. And once I did, and this is like only like less than a year, like I'm starting to see little things starting to like look up. Hi, Mel from Spain. How are you, girl? I still not cannot pronounce her name. Cannot do it. It's a projection thing. Oh my God. Sloths. I love sloths. Okay. Funny, 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 funny. So yesterday, another reason why I didn't really do like a reading, my teacher that I work with in the classroom, she get this shit. Her mom knows somebody that works on a farm. And they were selling eggs, a dozen eggs for 67 cents. So she got like 11 dozen eggs. And she calls me up and says, "Hey, I got some eggs. Do you need any eggs?" I'm like, "Well, I haven't had eggs in forever because it's so expensive over here." "Yeah, I'll take some eggs." So I took a dozen from her. And then she's like, "Oh, I got more things for you," right? She gets like Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets. Okay, yes, it's franchisee shit. But she got chicken nuggets. She gave me like two humongous packages of Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets. Bros. So I had goodies coming all day yesterday. I've been exhausted. Exhausted. But that's my body refining itself. I just have to delete this, guys. Give me a second, and then I could show you the Schumann residence. I unfortunately, Allison took a screenshot and forgot to make a post because I was at work. There is an anomaly that happened. I don't know how people are going to read into it. We're calm-ish right now, but earlier today, we had spikes coming down. We did. We got some light spikes overnight. We're still gridding. Gridding for me means that Earth's energy drops down, cosmic energy drops down, and the grid of the matrix is now overlaying. So we're like merging higher, merging, stair stepping, ascending. It's merging and it's starting to drop down. But, there's buts. What? The F happened. So for weeks and for years that I've been watching this, the green bottom, the green that shows up down here has been slithery slow, like low, very low, like 3 to 4 bars. If you're looking at a graph, right? It wasn't that big. Now you're starting to see the green pop up. What is that? I don't know how to tune into that to even tell you, to begin to tell you, but what is that? That's the electromagnetic background level. What is that? Frequencies are at a 7.3. We're low. We're good. Also earlier, I want to say this was overnight. Saint Germain and the Violet Flame, right there, Violet. What? This is the E field. Our electric field for the day. Yeah, there's some spikes there, and that's high as fuck. But we've seen this chart like more enhanced. Uh, the last time that happened, I blew out light bulbs. The plot is normal. So we're seeing if we're looking at that bottom screen, the only thing that comes to my brain from upstairs because I saw that earlier today and I took a screenshot. I'm like, what is this? The electromagnetic field is raising up. Mother Gaia, her consciousness is moving on up. This is the Schumann Resonance app. You have to pay for it. It's minimal. I think it's $1.99. I'm not 100% sure. I've had this app for a long time. And prior to the other phones that I've had, I've been watching the Schumann Resonance for, hey Walter, for a long time. I've been watching the Schumann for a long time. I actually still have I had to clean my phone out because my phone is on it's been on its last legs. Allison is trying to keep everything to a minimum in terms of I still have this. When the Schumann Resonant did this. I still have it. I have it. And that is in 2023 that I took that screenshot. Right. So how long ago? 10 days ago, only 10 days ago, we were getting this blippy stuff here. So we're seeing anomalies in the charts. This is scientific equipment. Sure, can it be infiltrated? Sure. Why? I don't know. Because people think this crap is wonky anyway. So, like, who's paying attention to this? More and more people are starting to learn about it. I go in intuitively and channel from upstairs what I feel because there is misinformation people do put out. Oh my God, that means this means that. No, you got to go in and know it for what it means for yourself. What does that look like for you? Remember, there's no right or wrong. How you perceive and feel something is your truth. For all those that came on, Freya made top 10. Woo! Freya made top 10. Woohoo! Make sure you're going and voting for my little pumpkin pie. Who wants to see Freya? It's early enough. Anybody want to see Freya? Say hi. I'm gonna get her because I'm a jerk. Hi, Mama. Oh, my girl. It's Freya. Say thank you, everybody who's voting for me. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Will you let me sit down with you? Look at this cuddly wuddly little face. Who's that? Who's that? It's a sassy girl. Here I am, sassy cat. I'm a cow cat. I'm a chunky monkey. She's going on a diet, by the way. I'm going on a diet. She's really petite. That's really the thing. That's really the thing. She's petites. I'm a short little stout petites. But thank you everybody for getting this baby to number 10. Top 10. Let's get her to number 1. Thank you, baby. I had to show you Freya. Oh, she's right there. She didn't go. Say thank you, Freya. Thank you, everybody. Come here with a little sassy tail. She's like, all right, my mom disturbed my sleep. Get out of my face. Thank you, disabled Army veteran. I appreciate you. It's a Freya girl. Cute as can be. Hi, Brent. She's top 10. Let's keep her. Hang on. Let's get her to number 1. You can go to my community tab. I'm going to show you right now so we know we're not getting lost in this process. If you want to help me, help her, help the paradigm. So here's my page on my YouTube channel. You're going to go to posts. Look, vote for Freya. Click the tab. Look, you got confetti. Yay! Vote for Freya, and you can click here. She's currently in first place, but we have 6 days and the competition's stiff. So make sure every day, if you have a Facebook, you could do it for free. Free. Vote for free. So voting to make her get into the top 5 ends February 5th. Let's get her to top 5. So that's a really convenient way to get to the link if you're not on my social medias. But please vote for Freya. It's a long haul game and it's annoying as hell, but it's worth it at the end. She's worth it. She's absolutely worth it. There was some stuff. Sorry, I had to down my chat. All right, so we also have a full moon tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Sunday, sorry. I keep thinking there's only 30 days in January. There's 30. So we do have a full moon, but bringing a weekend of blessings. Moon conjunct Jupiter. The moon and Jupiter collide in the cosmos to ignite a seismic shift in your personal destiny. This is the exact moment when your private visions and hidden desires begin to transform into physical evidence. You are no longer waiting for permission. The stars are fueling your total expansion. Feel this surge of good luck as it dissolves every delay and opens doors that were sealed for years. This weekend brings the turnaround you have earned, delivering tangible success, prosperity, and life-altering connections that mirror your highest worth. Every word you speak now acts as a command to the universe, manifesting your dreams with absolute speed and grace. Look up to see your good fortune written in the sky. Your season of lack has ended, replaced by a flood of abundance and deserved blessings that honor your soul. Claim your victory, accept the rewards, and step into the brilliant light of your new reality. Your time to receive is finally here. Claim it, but also feel it. Feel it. Also, you got to understand divine orchestration, soul contracts. Those things do hold shit up. I'm going to share something in a minute. Are we ready? Gate 19, and this is live in frequency, the invisible hand. When force is gone, a strange and almost unsettling thing begins to happen. Life starts arranging itself around you with precision you could never have planned. Opportunities connect themselves. Conversations happen by chance that change everything. Resources arrive exactly when you need them, often through channels you didn't even know existed. This is the work of the invisible hand. And I'm going to put a pause here. And it's not, this is what I was talking about yesterday in the Real and Raw. Because many of us have done a lot of this work. And yes, divine orchestration, but where is our invisible hands, per se? Where are they? Right, where are they? I don't know. The quantum fields orchestration mechanism activated only when you trust it enough to let it lead, right? And a lot of us have been doing this. What the invisible hand really is. It's not a spirit guide, luck, or coincidence. It is the natural intelligence of the field responding to the command you already issued. Once your standards, filter, and stillness are in place, the field begins running sequences on your behalf, arranging timelines, people, and events to deliver what matches your frequency. I'm going to stop sharing for a minute because that was a good question. Yes and no. Batty! Batty, 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 batty. Like I said earlier, like the human design, like I pre-wrote what I needed to do here on this planet as my soul's mission. With many quests and side quests and you know, like if you equate this as a video game, right? You start off as player level 1 in an RPG and you're first person and you're going about your day and your character, you choose your avatar, you get spawned into a home and you live your experience and you go through doing stupid quests to get gear and to get things, right? So equate that to your life. You chose everything beforehand. You chose your family, your circumstances, the country, the origin of language. You chose it all. Your religion, everything. Deliver and you get born into this existence with frequency keys as your human design has genetic keys. Your genetic keys play a role for your frequency, but when you're born, they lie dormant until you come through enough experience and enough spiritual expansion for them to come online. We came into this dichotomy to have them turn on. And at different phases of your life, different genetic codes and keys and frequencies started opening up within all of us at different aspects and points of our lives. That's why there's many people way above me in the understanding and many people way below me in the understanding. There's no right or wrong, and there's no one over the other. what we're all trying to master in the now moment is fine-tuning your nervous system in order to broadcast into your quantum field, which is literally everywhere around you, better. Your nervous system is the electromagnetic pulse that sends out your broadcast. In genetic coding, you do have keys of frequency that will express itself when its time is right to come into the field so that it can express a different reality. That's why many people go through many different phases in their lives. Successful marriages, success, and then there's a downfall. And this is in your genetic expression, including physical pain and all that nonsense. We wrote that stuff in to our detriment sometimes. But it's a very fascinating, we're biochemical beings, and it's how we deliver our frequency that really makes the biggest difference. So once your standards, filter, and stillness are in place, the field, the quantum field, begins running sequences on your behalf, right? The orchestration is far faster and more precise than any human plan because it operates outside the limits of your current awareness. Why most people never experience it? Most people never feel the invisible hand because they interrupt the process with constant interference. Doubt it's working if they can't see movement. Try to dictate every step of how things must happen. Now, yes and no, right? So this is where the trick of the third dimension comes into play. In order to make sure that I could pay a bill or make sure I can go to the store and buy food, I got to look at my bank account. I try not to ever look at it, but sometimes you don't have a choice because you got to know that you're not overdrawing the account. And I'm doing it from a state of not worry and not worrying about it. But I still can't go to the store and withdraw funds I don't have, right? Like that's what this is where a lot of people, for me, this is where the inference comes in and the correlation from yesterday's real and raw comes in. I'm just showing up and living every moment. I'm not expecting jack shit. I'm just living. I don't have expectations anymore. I let them go. But if I have to live a third dimensional life, this is what I was postulating yesterday. If you still have to live your life and you're showing up for it and you're doing the work for it, at what point is that invisible hand showing up to give you that relief? And it's not a state of doubt as much it is a state of survival, and not to say out of survival program, but literally, if you don't got money in your account, you're not getting food unless you go to the food bank. And even then, like, can you eat that crap? Oh, I'm going to be sending healing energy, Brent, to your dad. Sorry, guys, my chat sometimes is slow, so I don't get to see everything right away. Um, Yeah, I lost both my three parents actually. It's not fun, but they're always with you. They transcend. They're not lost. We don't lose energy. It just transforms. The invisible hand cannot be micromanaged. It functions best when you give it space to weave unseen connections, recognizing its signature moves. The invisible hand often reveals itself through sudden coincidences that align perfectly with your desire, delays that, in hindsight, position you better, people appearing in your life seemingly out of nowhere with exactly what you need. It moves, its moves are elegant, clean, and often feel too perfect to be random. And this is a lot of what I do in the morning. Each morning, choose one area of your life you've been tempted to force. State internally, this is already handed by the invisible hand. Then release it completely from your mental loop. Pay attention to subtle alignments without attaching urgency. Recognize them as evidence of orchestration, not as signals to interfere. When a clear, undeniable nudge arrives, a call, an idea, a meeting, act on it immediately. These nudges are the hand's invitation for you to take the final visible step. The field arranges for me when I could never arrange myself. And I think this is where a lot of us are also at. When you trust the invisible hand, you stop chasing, managing, or tracking your desires. like I just said, I stopped, like even last year, after 50 rejections on jobs and waiting for responses and emails and all that, I kind of gave up and put it to the universe. Like I'm not somebody to give up, but I'm also somebody that isn't gonna chase something that is not meant to be for me. The same thing with relationships. I'm not chasing love. I am love. If somebody doesn't see that, then bye, Felicia. I One of the most profound um blessings from the universe, besides my birth, besides my adoption, like those are huge, huge, right? I orchestrated it, but there's still things that are huge. The biggest, the secession after my mother died transcended. I did some DNA tests because I couldn't afford the process of opening up my files in Georgia that required lawyers, and it required a lot of legal complexities because I have a closed adoption. It's still closed, but I know my family. I found them through DNA sites. And finding out that truth took most of the biggest weights of trauma, of figuring myself out off my shoulders. Because I had a truth that no one would have been able to tell me otherwise. When you're born and you don't have an understanding of where your artistic creation comes from, where your eye color comes from, why you look a certain way. You could look at your parents if you know them, or if they transcended, you still have pictures of them to know, like, oh, I got my mother's nose and my dad's hairline, right? Like I did not have any of that for 34 years of my life. And there's some people that go with their whole lives not knowing. And that is a humongous gift from spirit to myself, that I got to know the truth about my life. That's a huge truth. Most adoptees that have a closed adoption will never find that information out, unfortunately. And my truth is ugly. It is not pretty, but I knew I was able to handle that information because in the at the end of the day, it put a lot more things about myself in perspective. Second blessing I got from the universe was getting a ping from spirit to look at the Stargate map and to find out I lived on a Stargate. That's why I was seeing aliens, demons, angels, and seeing shit in a portal. The dark figures, the elementals, the orbs, things manifesting as a child in my hand, and no one could tell me what the hell it was. It was nasty. It was all initiative tests. But at the time when you don't know what the hell is going on and you have a lot of activity in your house and you don't have the verbiage, you don't have the support, you don't have the knowledge, finally I come across something and my whole life made sense in a snap. It's like I got a life review. That's one of the biggest blessings that have ever happened in my life. That's a huge blessing because not many people can even come to fathom that information and making all those connect the dots happen instantaneously. Oh, I got some activity behind me, do I? Mr. Sleepy Dragon and then a guy walking behind me. I do feel uncomfortable. So something is around me. That's why I keep shifting, but I'm in pain. I actually drove to work today. I was going to walk. I had every intention to do so. And then the bariatric pressure drops, and here it is. Girl, I gotta have to tune into this. Yeah. You can't see it. Urgh. Okay, there's a red light. It's really hard to see on that. Yeah. The one that's directly behind me, like here's my left. Like over here, like shelf down or like bookshelf over. I'm trying to tune in because I feel more than I see. I used to see all the time. Uh, I have a presence over here. I could see Sleepy Dragon. Ghostbusters! Do 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 do. Hi, Mister in the white shirt. Can you walk toward the REM pod and turn it on? Oh, okay. All right. It's alarming. I know you guys can't hear that. It just turned the alarm on. Can you touch the antenna and tell us green light if you're good, positive polarity, because that's the only thing allowed in my house. Or if you're here for nefarious reasons, put on the blue. Chicken! Buck buck! That might have been me. Chicken! This is the fun part of my show where we see spirit and we interact. All right, Mr. Tom, can you turn the any one of the four lights on? Can you put your energy near that little red light? Come on, Tom. I'm friendly, you know that. You got to put the light on, Tom. Not this the red one. Where's that? Where's another color? I see it. Thank you, Scott. I'm in a winter storm warning. I just got that alarm. Interesting. I got a lot going on behind me, don't I? I have a lot going on behind me. Sorry for the pause. Why, hi, you beautiful people behind me. The overlay of the Matrix. It's going off again. I'm trying to shuffle as best as I can. These are not easy cards to shuffle. Okay, so that alarm went off. I'm shuffling. Every day I'm shuffling. Every day I'm shuffling. Yeah, you have to command your field. You are the radio station, you are the receiver, you are the broadcast. What are you tuning into? Is your broadcasting clear or static? And I just think at the moment the universe is recapitulating my reality 5 million times and delaying my shit. And I'm sure it's for good reason, but my gosh, my impatience is not because I can't wait. It's just I don't want to live like the third dimensional survivor mode anymore. I'm done. Benuto. Come and knock on my door, spirit. I'll be waiting for you. I just said that and the alarm went off. Einstein here. I'm getting hot. That's spirit. Hi. Oh, you can't really see. My ear is really red. All right, what is the collective need? Spirit. It didn't go off this time. I wish you guys could hear the alarm. It never pops up on the Zoom sound. Thank you. One last one. That was me setting it off. Oh, was it? Okay. Hold on, folks. I can't today. But you are both the artist and the art, the sculptor and the marble, the observer and the observed, the creator and the created. You simultaneously becoming yourself and choosing who to become. This is the paradox of conscious evolution. You're not finding a pre-existing self. You're creating yourself while discovering what was already there. Both true, both happening. Both you. And that's a conundrum. Oh, I tried very hard not to yawn. I just read that. I'm looking for full moon stuff. Ah, this full moon in Leo. Oh, it's a fire sign. Demands a different kind of loyalty, a loyalty to yourself. You have spent enough time in the dark, enough time apologizing for your presence. Going up again. High pitch. Enough time shrinking so others can feel comfortable. That era is over. This moon doesn't ask you to soften your edges. It reminds you that your light was never meant to be dimmed. The world will adjust. You're not too much. You're finally choosing you. Let the weight fall. Let the masks burn. Let the real you be seen. Well, you got a full moon in Leo on February 1st, girlfriend. Woo! Fire signs, I am here to be felt, not filtered. I am here to be felt, not filtered. Why? When you walk in a room, does the light air come or the dense fog come in? You know, when you're an active observer, like you are at some boring Christmas party, I'm just giving this as a scenario, and someone walks in the room and either lights it up or dims it, and you feel it. And then there's some people you don't feel a damn thing. They're just background people. They're just there at the charcuterie board, picking out the scraps. You got people walking around like they own the fucking place. Like, you're observing this when you're sitting and, like, if you're at somebody's wedding, whatever, you see the people that are getting up and having fun, no, and have no fucks given for how they're dancing. They're just enjoying themselves. Look at yourself, and how would you, if This is not easy. Imagine yourself at that event, whatever you orchestrate in your head, but also see yourself walking into the room. Do you notice what the energy is? This is a very hard kind of concept to be the observed and the observer at the same time. But if you can imagine yourself sitting in a banquet hall and it's at some event, name it, claim it, whatever it is. Let's say it's a wedding. And you're at your table number whatever, 7, and you see everybody walking in the door. What's the energy of those people? Now enter as yourself. Be honest with yourself. How is the room different with you in it? Is it heavy or is it light? And if you answer either way, even if it's indifferent, like you're not feeling shit off of you, ask yourself, how can I change that to be the light of the room? That's a hard visualization to do. What? Ha! I might be getting 9 inches of snow. Maybe 6. Who wants to come and shovel? Now I gotta find all these pages here, so give me a minute. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm shuffling. And I read them in order where not the order that I got them in, but from the book's perspective. I don't know. Can you guys hear that? When I make those like expressions, can you hear it? Otherwise, I look crazy. I'm being quiet, so I'm jelly. I don't even know, like I don't have a window open to see if it is snowing. We already have a lot of snow already on the floor. Do you? You hear the beeping? Wow. Have a good night, Brent. Thank you for stopping by. You're appreciated for doing that. If you were just tuning in, hi, it's 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 Central. Please, please like, share, subscribe if you're in the background, hype if you're on a phone or a tablet. Uh, please go vote for Freya. She made a little appearance a little while ago. Freya's in the top 10. Let's get her to number 1. You can go to my community tab to vote for Freya. That's not just helping her, it's helping me. Oh, wow, it's warming up 4 degrees tomorrow. Brutal. All right, the first archetype card that we have is the creator, the artist, the alchemist, the innovator. The creator, the first archetype in the trio of existence, is not intimidated by darkness or by lack. Is not intimidated. I like that. They know that from the void, creation inevitably emerges. With meager, minimal, and outlandish materials, the creator reveals a new image. They make the empty room resonate with healing sounds. They generate bounty from the seed that others toss away. Through generative, this archetype annihilates preconceived notions of what is possible, leaving unexpected openings in the wake of its destruction. The creator does this by first being absolutely present to what is, not imagining or wishing things were different. And second, trusting that a force greater than themselves awaits constant collaboration with each human soul. Whether we call it nature, God, goddess, Shakti, or divinity, it remains nameless. It is the creator's lifelong companion. Curious, playful, opening, surprising. And I could say for myself, I can only speak for myself. My best artwork happens when I'm at the lowest point of my life. My focus on my artwork, my channeling of my artwork happens when I'm in complete collapse. And not to say that I'm a bad artist or I don't compare myself to other people. I don't need to. Art is in the eye of the beholder, just like music and anything else that you create. So just be aware. I'm not intimidated by the darkness. Yeah, when that box goes off, like it alarms and it has different pitches and tones to it that change. So if I'm shifting and it's going off, it's probably me. Well, like if I'm still and doing this and all of a sudden it goes off, that's not me at all. That's high pitch. That right there. But being that said, I will be right back because I gotta go potty. and then we'll do the rest of the cards. I will be right back. It's gonna go off again as soon as I get up, maybe. We'll see. 2 seconds. If I don't knock everything down, I just did because I have wires everywhere. Do, 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 do. Boop. I didn't set it off. I'm coming back. I'm coming back. I'm here for you. I'm just about back. Be right back. I'm here. All right. The temple, the sanctuary, the shrine, the altar. When we think of the temple, we often envision an architectural structure in a far off land. We are quick to distance ourselves from that sacred, assuming we must expend much effort in order to arrive there. Yet the temple is a universal and omnipresent energy, accessible in the highest and the lowest, richest and poorest of places. Visiting the temple might be as simple as stepping into the dabble light of the forest, slowly and sensuously kissing a lover, or closing your eyes to travel inward. This card is a call to re-examine what you pay homage to and what you reject. What do you spend your time worshiping? Your phone, money, material goods? What barriers do you draw between yourself and the sacred? Perhaps there is room on your altar for something new, something surprising. Offer it to the heavens. Reverence for all life as a sanctuary. There's definitely spirit down here. I'm hot. And it's not a hot flash. I'd be telling you if it was. Transparency is a good thing. So yeah, you got being the creator. What are you creating in your space? How are you working your abstract mind, your self? What are you doing to connect that? And then your temple, what beliefs do you hold? Like if you would have told me months ago that I would be bridging quantum mechanics and spirituality, I would have told you you're nuts. But here I am doing it. The empty room, the vortex, the abyss, the nothing. Spirit's funny. Ha ha, funny, funny. The empty room haunts us all. It is the universal and all too frequent feeling of lack, of wanting, of the craving to fill ourselves with something, anything. I'm kind of out of that phase, but I was in there. We too often attempt to remedy the discomfort of the empty room by any means necessary, leading us to a culture of more. Ironically, the empty room is filled to the brim with potential, yet we perceive it as not enough. This card is a cry for patience, for sitting within the barren walls of not knowing, for awaiting true vision and purpose before attaching to what we should do next to save our outward appearance. Be with the nothingness, be with the impatience. The empty room has immense power. Let others wonder what you are doing. If you can settle in to the magic of emptiness, you will soon hear its whispers of wisdom. Spaciousness, potential, possibility. I think in 4D expression and using this as the quantum null void that a lot of us are in, all we have as identification besides knowing ourselves, our souls, our oversouls, is this physical vehicle we're having experience in. And I don't think for much of us, we're looking for like the Lamborghini and the mansion. We just actually want to feed ourselves. We want to be safe and sound in our survival homes, our shelter. We want to have things provided of survival, right? It's not hard to ask for. Have a good night, Charlene. I know I'm in a lot of pain. I'm shifting. Uh Have a good night, Mel. Thank you for watching and have a beautiful weekend yourself, girl. Okay, it is snowing. It's snowing here. There's an accident in the town down for me. And it happened to be on a weather weenie site. Before I get into the last card, I do think though that a lot of us that are in that empty room right now, I'm not expecting shit. I just show up, I'm broadcasting and magnetizing and commanding my field to start giving me more in terms of stability. And I don't think that's much of my own self to ask for. But this is also something that hit my spot today. Hang on. Share screen. The universe is saying many souls are feeling unusually tired, ungrounded, foggy, or stretched thin right now because something is wrong. It's not because something is wrong, but because something isn't integrating. As the full moon approaches, the nervous system, hi, there you are, and subtle body are being asked to hold more light, more truth, and more awareness than before. This can show up as dizziness, head pressure. I got a lot of that this week. Forgetfulness, waves of nausea, or a sense of being slightly out of your body. These are signals of recalibration, not failure. The full moon acts like a magnifying glass. It illuminates what has been stored, suppressed, or quietly carried. As the light rises, the body releases density, and the mind struggles briefly to keep pace. Instead of pushing through, the medicine now is grounding. Slow your movements, touch the earth, breathe deeply into the belly. Let your feet remember gravity, density. When you ground, you give the incoming energy somewhere safe to land. So a lot of us are still in that empty room recalibrating, guys. Why is that playing? Whoopee. The thread, the path, the vein, the circuit. Life is a tangle. Life is a tangle. Life is a tangle. Brain is not braining. So much happens simultaneously and circuitously, leaving us grappling for meaning and direction in a network of distractions. When we connect to the energy of the thread, however, we strike the deepest vein in the body. Our whole being responds to its tug. Meaning is pumped through our bloodstream. Our mind and spirits are lifted. We remember who we are and what we came into this world to do. Though this happens on the most profound level, it could be the simplest incident that activates the thread, a song, an image, a conversation, heard in passing. No matter how confusing and multi-layered our modern lives become, if we are connected to the thread, we are free. Being tethered to it is the only anchor our heart requires. The circuit of meaning within chaos. That was loud. All right. Very soon, very soon, as the snake completes its shedding, the horse claims the path. As we move through the final weeks of the year of the snake, the shedding intensifies and becomes impossible to delay. What once surfaced quietly now presses for completion. Illusions thin, attachments loosen. The truth of who you are and what you can no longer carry becomes undeniable. And you may already feel the pressure building within your body and your choices. This is the year where relationships that were meant to end finally do. And the ones aligned with evolution rise through a new identity, a new truth, and a new emotional timeline. As his final release completes, the energy of the horse rises and claims full ownership. Hesitation dissolves into movement. Momentum gathers beneath the surface, asking you to meet it consciously rather than resist it. What is revealed now prepares you for a cycle that no longer tolerates avoidance or self-betrayal. And what falls away here clears the path for a more honest and embodied evolution in relationships. So this can be on multi-levels and multi-scales. But if we look at, like, I always give myself as the biggest example. Over the summer, a whole fuck ton of crap happened, and I lost a lot of people. I lost my relationship. I've gained a stronger tribe. And I don't believe right now, I believe more and more people are starting to have the epiphanies, the questionings. But a lot more people are going to start decohering. There's going to be a balance that strikes. It's up to us to figure out where that lies relationship wise in your evolution. I don't know where I lie. I just show up. I've been showing up. I don't have expectations. I'm just living authentically in my light. Where are you at? I wish I could show this. Where are you? Connor Croft is in my town right now. Is that Gino's? Or is that the Chicago pizza? He's on 30. Oh, it's not good outside, guys. Oh, I know. Oh, no. Oh, boy. I'm going to share this to my Facebook page if you're on there and you would like to look at what I'm referring to. Oh, yeah. We gotten snow. 8 to 12 inches now they're projecting. Ooh. Connor Croft, the storm chaser, is in town. Driving through Route 30. Yes, the snow full moon in Leo lights up the space where emotion, creativity, and identity meet. Under this lunation, feelings rise quickly and ask to be acknowledged rather than contained. What has been simmering inside you now wants expression. You may notice a strong desire to be seen, heard, or recognized for who you truly are. This can show up as confidence, vulnerability, or even frustration if parts of you have been silenced far too long. Leo brings urgency to emotional truth. This is a moment to step out of passive observation and into lived experience, to participate in your life rather than waiting for permission. Leo is ruled by the heart, and this full moon asks you to lead from that place with honesty and courage, not from fear or rejection, not from the need for approval, but from authenticity. The moon invites you to examine how often you hold yourself back to stay comfortable or avoid criticism. True confidence does not come from avoiding feedback. It comes from trusting yourself enough to remain open, learn, and grow without abandoning who you are. Leading with the heart means allowing your emotions, creativity, and truth to be visible, even if the only witness is you. When you honor what lives in your heart, you reclaim your inner authority. Beautiful. What to expect? The Leo full moon reminds us that self-expression and belonging are not opposites. Your light is not meant to be dimmed to fit in, nor is it meant to be hoarded. It is meant to be shared. This time needs to be spent in the balance between honoring your individuality and contributing your gifts to the collective. Creativity becomes medicine. Play becomes presence. Joy becomes a compass. Ask yourself, where have you been watching from the sidelines instead of showing up fully? Where have you been withholding your voice, your ideas, and your passion? Full moon affirmations. And again, if you feel aligned with these, you can use them. Always have the ability to pause screen after the live is over. I release all that no longer serves me with grace and gratitude. I trust the process of transformation and embrace my evolution. I let go of fear and step into my power with clarity and courage. I am open to receiving divine guidance from the universe. I honor my emotions and allow them to flow freely. I am grounded, whole, and connected to the rhythm of nature. I shine brightly in my truth. I forgive, I release, and I make space for new beginnings. Full moon self-inquiry. What patterns or habits am I ready to release? And what would it feel like to let them go with love? What emotional baggage or limiting beliefs am I still carrying? And how can I begin to heal and free myself? What parts of myself am I hiding? And what would it mean to be fully seen and accepted? I'm going to postulate right here. I know as a human being, we all want to feel accepted and we all want to feel worthy and be seen. But you don't have to worry about what others, I always like constructive criticism. I'm a proponent of that. I'm very cool with that. Don't rip me apart because I won't listen to you. I don't believe when people do that. Unless there's something there that I need to pay attention to. But you shouldn't have to worry about being seen or accepted because the people that value you are going to see you and hear you and love you. And if you're not there yet, Your hermitum is coming to an end eventually. Where am I going where am I giving too much of my energy, and how can I call it back to nourish myself? How can I cultivate more love, compassion, and acceptance for myself, especially in the moments I feel unworthy? Where in my life do I need stronger boundaries, and how can I set them with clarity and kindness? That's what I like to do that during a full moon. It's Sunday, by the way. Slippery cards. The Moonology deck. I don't know what the hell order to read this in. Third quarter moon. Adjustments are required. So look at your situation right now. The one that is pressing you. And where are the adjustments needing to be adjusted? For me, it's just adjusting my nervous system every day and keeping that in alignment, no matter how frustrated I get. But, I like to postulate and question, right? I've been seeing a lot of like these affirming beautiful things that we all want to strive for, and it shows up in a lot of places, and then at the same time, it never transpires. And it's a loop of what the F is going on, but I'm hot. Here. And it's rather my house is not that hot, not that warm. Your commitment is being tested. What are you committed to? And if you feel like things are being tested, why? Ask self. The answers you need are coming. Full moon in Gemini. New moon. A new start is coming. Take with a grain of salt. Grain of salt that. I smell good. I was like getting a whiff. I'm like, what is that? Oh, it's me. Oh, we got a twofer. We got a twofer. A partnership for the new age. It is time to welcome it. This doesn't need to be romantic. You can have a partner in crime, a partner in a business, a friend, your thunder buddy for life. A time is right. Seize the day and make progress on your soul path. So just keep showing up for yourself every day. I am. To conform is to die inside. Be brave and be yourself. So if I were to take the themes of the things that I've read and the cards that I only got 3 out. Major theme here is be your authentic self. We're leaving the masks, the way we had to show up to the world to survive. We're leaving those aspects of us over there now. They're shedding from us. And sometimes it is hard to believe. And I'm getting this from spirit, but this applies to my life. A lot of people that know me in person, not you guys that see me on screen, but know me for me, my authentic self, when I release and relinquish all of that vulnerability out there, my weird quirks, my crazy eating habits, like dumb shit. A lot of people don't believe that's really me. A lot of people don't see the genuine soul, heart in person that I am. A lot of people think I'm like a fibber, that I'm false light, because they don't see those aspects of me because I have to show up in a different way for those people. But now I'm showing up as my truest, authentic layer of self because I have no other choice. So ask yourself, are you showing up in your vulnerable states, in your quirkiness, in your uniqueness, in your funk, in every state that you could possibly hold in your personality, in your character. Who are you showing up as? Like I said, if you took that analogy of sitting in a banquet hall, looking at what you're wearing, sitting at the table, watching and observing everybody, and then here you come, you're observing, and now you're seeing yourself walk in the room. How does that energy feel? Are you elated? Are you the life of the party? Are you brightening up the room and the energy, or are you just showing up and you're maneuvering around people to get to the cookies? You're ninjaing around because you're being sneaky. You don't want to be seen. How are you showing up? Oh, like so below it. Interesting. I'm serious. Like my house is chilly. Like it's not cold, cold. I have the heat up, but I'm very stiff. But like I'm also like I had to take off my hoodie and my hat. I'm hot. Like my cheekies are red. Not like piping red. That's how I know I'm not having a hot flash. When you're seeing yourself, if you can do this imaging in your head, are you conforming? Are you following and dictating what everybody else is doing to fit in? Are you standing out for yourself? Is your light unique? What are you noticing in that analogy? It's a very important thing to distinguish and to be objective about it. Do not judge yourself for how you are seeing self in that analogy. It's only there to help. This mechanism of doing that is only there to help you shape, okay, so how can I better my presence in a room? How can I show up as my authentic self in my light? It's very important to go in and do that work. It's work. And you can't judge yourself. Don't judge yourself. Flames of desire. Let them shine out in radiant light and shun dark paths. So what are you desiring? You can desire multiple things. One at a time, though. Lost in the ruins of the past. Find the way to the present moment and live. This is what I'm doing right now. Um, when I did the Curtis books forgiveness little skit clip thing, it is very important to understand the past is the past. Your past and everything that came up to this point and now. Hey, Buckshot! What's up? I'm excited for your show tomorrow with Miss Janine. I'm going to post that link in my link section after the live is over. Because we miss you, Mr. Buckshot. So here's where the forgiveness gives in. Lost in the ruins of the past. We all made mistakes. We all had soul contracts. All of us have a different dichotomy. And you have to move away from the story that the past has written for you and that you co-created and written for yourself. You have to forgive yourself because you're only at the state of where you were. Now is about living in the now moment and moving forward in linear time space. Forgiving and letting go and moving forward. And sometimes having that clean slate will really shine a light on a lot of things. You see things from different perspectives. You're more open to accepting other people because sometimes other people have fucked you, fuck around and find out. But all has a learning and a lesson to learn, a teachable moment. And if you're not open to like releasing and forgiving and knowing that it was just a place where people were at in the moment of their frequency, and maybe those people elevated, then hey, why not? Let go. Buckshot. You need to tune, you got to start doing what I'm doing in the nervous system. You weren't here because you're just getting home. Interestingly enough, I picked up the mask. Buckshot, you're in the empty room with me. And you're the artist of this dark room. The job decohered for a reason. In this empty room, a lot of us are in this null point where the old world decohered and now we're just waiting for the new world to begin. In the meantime, tune your nervous system, command your field of energy, the broadcasting, you are the radio tower, the station, the whole 9 yards. You're everything about the radio. You're the waves. You're receiving and transmitting. What's coming into your field? Go into the nervous system and shut out survival mode and shut out lack. You're being positioned right now to step into your bigger purpose. We all have bigger, different purposes, and I think you're just about to get off on your feet. So don't panic. All has a service purpose. And I honestly think those meetings is where your divine purpose is lying. You just have to find where the prosperity is in it. I could see Buckshot writing a book. I can also see you having your own channel. From the standpoint of what you do. Or you can go on school and write up some coursework from what has worked from your perspective for yourself. School is that website school, it is a little pricey. I yeah, hello, making the freaking carrot cake. Um, I'm just saying I could see, this is why I do what I do. I have a lot of lived experience and I'm fucking young. So are you, Buck. We have a lot of lived experience. We've been through things that a lot of other people also have tackled, but not maybe to the depth, or maybe they're not ready to come to admit yet. And I think I know it's not even that I think. I know that by us sharing our life's journey with others and being authentic about the journey and being real about like, hey, this is not a cakewalk, but if you could do these steps or you can follow this or you can try that or apply this, you already have changed lives. This is something that why I keep showing up every day to doing my channel and to doing this is because there are people out there that are not ready to talk or not ready to share their lived experience, but what I might be saying might be helping them navigate through their own crap. And I think the more of us that can come out and just say, hey, like I also, did some things I'm not proud of, but here's how I navigated around that obstacle. Here's how I changed my mindset. Here's how I went about healing. It's from your perspective. It's not saying like some of these books that people are writing, it's like it's my way or there's no way. I'm not about that because what works for me might not work for you. But having an open mind and a different perspective and a story that goes along with it, people can relate to that. Where there's some shit that I've read behind me that I'm like, like, what is that? It's not my way or the highway, but it's like, here's my lived experience, and this is what helped me get through these hard times. And I'm showing you tangible evidence here and there, at least here, for my own self. But I think for you, finding an outlet of any type of creativity doesn't have to be, a channel or anything. But I'm just saying, I think you have so much lived experience and wisdom inside you, and you're very easily approachable, and you're like that guy on the stoop in Brooklyn chilling out with the guys, and people just love your energy. So I want you to capitalize on that in a good way and be able to make a living. I'm not there yet by any means, but I'm getting there. I'm arriving at the reality of the observation that I command into my field that my YouTube channel will have 100K subscribers and 300 memberships. I'm arriving and observing in the commanding universe that I get an opportunity to sell my paintings, my artwork for 6 figures. I'm collapsing into the wave function and magnetizing a book, a course, and a means for me not to have to physically collapse myself every day. When you do work that you love to do, it doesn't feel like work. And I mean, you seem extremely IT techy. I mean, I'm sure you can get picked up by another in the in between to figuring it out. Like, I don't have a resume like most people. Mine is like everywhere and all over the place. You know, as much as people, and I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna be open. As much as people are intimidated by people that lived in New York City, we're probably more approachable than other people in the country, believe it or not. I've noticed this. Like not like having been out of New York for 3 years and like how many people I come in, that's not just my life, but that's just me showing up. But like how many people that enter my school building and always approach me to ask me for where somebody is or what room is this and then people conversate with me and it's just like a beautiful conversation. Or I go to the store and everybody's like, "Oh my God, where'd you get your hair did?" I do it grows out of my hair. I don't do nothing. What? Right? I draw these people in. And I feel that you do the same, Buck. So don't give up. And I would take this pause to really inflect, but I am putting energy out there for you because we all need it. Gather together your own community of support and love. Get together now, right now. Gather together. Show strength. Each day, ground your energy. Empowerment. Embrace your personal power. FAFO. Forgiveness. I just spoke about that. Forgiveness. Be careful of emotional eruptions. Forgiveness. For the people that you had an conflict with, tension, friction, ask yourself, where were they, what place were they responding from? And I'm not asking you to judge a person. I'm asking you to look objectively at their response to you for the conflict, right? If you know these people for a while and out of nowhere, they just decohered out of your life, they left. From what spot were they coming from that? Was it an enlightened one? Was it one from like a low state of vibrational thinking? Like, where do you think they were coming at when they made this friction happen? You got to forgive yourself for conflicting back with them or not, but you got to forgive the situation for everything has and serves a purpose. And not all the time do we see what that is. So forgive and let go. So we say I'm shuffling every day. I'm shuffling, shuffling, shuffling. Did anybody see little Freya chirping at birds? It tomorrow I might do little Thor and Sunday I might do Freya. OMG. And those birds keep eating the bird food. So thank you to everybody who contributed to the cat food. Oh my gosh. I feed opossums and birdies with little Thor's food and Freya. Not the wet food, not the tuna, They go right for the dry food. You're good, Buckshot. We love you. I want to see you succeed. You're a good soul. I'm in a lot of pain. And I have can't really see it. My ear is on fire. Fire. That just went off. I see a lot of potential in you, Buck, and I know you have to go. But I really honestly value you as a human being, and I mean, a lot of people, but I value you a lot because of your lived experience. And I know just my inner knowing, you have a lot to impart on this world. And I know that, when shit happens and you're in the thick of it, you don't see it. You don't. And maybe you do, but you're not, like too much outside crap goes on. You don't really go within. And even if you do, there's things that you miss. And I know what I get off of you, and you're worthy of so much. And so all of us. But especially when we hit those hard spots and things happen, like you have to ask yourself, like I've been asking myself, why is everything collapsing in my life? Why am I like showing up and like I'm not necessarily forcing anything. I'm not. I'm doing me. I'm not forcing shit from my standpoint, my observation. I'm not forcing anything. I'm just showing up and doing me authentically. I have a lot of questions, and I think it's healthy to have those questions. I honestly think it's good to question, like, okay, is what I'm listening to a program, and how sure I might be in this refinement phase. I might be having too much pressure to make me into the diamond that I need to be. But what is that process and how long does that take? I don't want to be 80 years old and just coming into my shit and then I transpire. Not that I waste any day on my life, but like I'm revving to go. Like my energy is like, and my circumstances are like, fucking reality. Vote for Freya. That would take some alleviation off of me. We have joy. The energy of joy activates our feelings of happiness and well being and supports a high vibrational frequency in our being. Freedom, freedom. The energy of freedom supports our senses of limitless possibility and potential, boundless expression, and bold exploration. It's a state of being. Commitment. The frequency of commitment supports our ability to devote ourselves in all aspects of our being and with unwavering belief. Are you showing up for yourself? Okay. Really, 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 really weird. Guys. Do you see this? Twice. I had no idea. I never had this happen in my Oracle card. Never had that happen. And I do have two of the two decks. They're different though. But one's over there and one's over here. Did we see the green light? Did we just see that? It was green. Who's behind me? What spirit is behind me? Anybody? Any spirits behind me? Golf ball size snowflakes, Maryville, Indiana. That's great. I can't wait to snowplow tomorrow on top of ice. More about the full moon on Sunday. Besides golf ball size snow coming down. A moon of endurance, the snow moon. Conservation and inner keeping. The nature of the snow moon. This moon arrives during the hardest part of winter. Energy is limited. Choices matter. The snow moon favors preservation over effort spent too widely. What this moon governs: emotional resilience built through necessity, careful use of energy and resources, boundaries that prevent depletion, growth that continues without visibility, endurance shaped by restraint, sorry. Lessons of the snow moon. Winter exposes what is unsustainable. Under this moon, excess becomes obvious. Stillness is often required, not optional. Rest is a form of maintenance. What is protected now is more likely to survive the thaw. How to work with this moon. Simplify where possible. Pull back from what drains more than it gives. Pay attention to what you are maintaining out of habit rather than need. Intentions set now benefit from patience rather than pressure. The snow moon reflection. This is not a moon for expansion. It is a moon for keeping what matters intact. Closing thought. The moon does not ask for momentum, it asks for endurance. Some truth there. Remember, those of you in the background, please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, and hype. And if you are really liking these oracle card readings, I do a full hour plus for channel members, 3D and up, every weekend. It's my way to say thank you. I got 3 archangels and a lord over here. Archangel Raguel, be fair in all situations. Resolve your conflicts. Archangel Butiel, be interdependent. Expand your horizons. Archangel Christiel, connect with unicorns. Receive white ascension flame. Unicorn farts and sparkle sharts. It's a unicorn. Glitter farts. Lord, you can pronounce the name when you see it. Accept and send healing. You are a being of the universe. How are all of you doing? Apparently it's snowing golf balls in snow form right outside my window. I'm praying little Thor. I don't want to open up the door and make him scatter because he does that. Well, it's hard for me to come downstairs to film because early in the morning when I wake up and I feed Freya, I come down here and put water in his mansion, depending on how cold it gets. Because sometimes no matter if it's warm enough in there, it still freezes. So I remove it. I do have a creek behind my house. There's water source. He runs. So if he's not there in the morning, I put the food, when it gets this bad out, I'll put the food right in front of the door, so he can eat. And then in the afternoon, when I get home, he usually stops in upstairs because I clear a path, and then that's where I film. He will not let me film down here. He runs like a crazy man. And even when I can get him inside the house, as soon as I try to get up to close the screen door, he's out. A lot of twofers today. We have Seraphil, heart of devotion. Let the cup of your heart be filled through commitment and dedication. Just show up for yourself. Amethyst. Metamorphosis, my favorite gem. You are a vortex of deep transformation. Surrender to the process that's unfolding. Metatron. Heaven to earth. Your current situation is in alignment with your mission on earth. Uriel. Learning experience. Take time to review, study, and hone your knowledge before proceeding further. And I'm applying this to the quantum spiritual stuff. Because I am not a physicist, I'm a spiritual person, and I need to make everything make sense and then tune in. Someone just messaged me asking about um, what's going on weather-wise. Come on, knock on my door. Spirit, light up the lights. Hasn't alarmed in a little bit. Again, I got another twofer. I'm not like making that on purpose, by the way. Green Tara, healing light, wellness unfolding. Know the healing is a journey. I have never pulled this card from this deck. Interesting. Hilarion, divine emergence. Be seen. Let the world know your gifts. I was just going to grab chicken. Lady Venus, light activation, call to action, power surge, earth mission. Hi, Lori's. And as we get Lady Venus, we got Paul the Venusian. Gifted one. Revealing hidden talents, opportunities to shine. That's for you, Buckshot. Chicken, Buck. Chicken. Chicken, chicken, chicken. It's a chicken. It's a chicken, Buck. I appreciate you, girl. I do. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate all of you, by the way. I'm just glad people show up. Uh, oh, oh, Spirit's dropping some goodies from live in, live in frequency. One river, countless streams. The river delta shows one source, many expressions. You contain multitudes. Parent, professional, creator, healer, warrior, student. These aren't separate identities competing for dominance. They're streams from the same river. All you, all valid, all flowing from one unified source. The diversity doesn't fragment you, it expresses you. One river, many forms. I'm looking for a particular deck. Oh, that's heavy. I thought I would share that a little extra longer. I do have to go potty again. So I will be right back. 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 I am back. I am back. Do, 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 do. Ah, ah, ah. Boo, boo, boo. Didn't really matter anyway. Arnie's beautiful Oracle of Tarot. We're just doing Oracle for the moment. Lori's, you missed Freya. I had Freya on screen. I got her cute little pudginess to come out and play for a little bit. I did have Freya out. I when she's down here, she's been sleeping down here. I grab her up. Well, thank you to all the 6 people watching. I appreciate all of you. Miss, I'm gonna be first place and win the America's favorite cat. Wait until I'm gonna do Little Thor tomorrow, and I'm gonna do the she OMG with the birds today. Like Little Thor came and she chirped at him, which was really weird. She did, she chirped at him. And she never does. She usually hisses at him. And it was way after I got home. So like when I leave in the morning, I leave his food downstairs because of the cold. And I don't know if he's not always in the mansion. He wanders around and I can see his prints in the snow, so I know when he's around because of the fresh prints. Um, when I come home, I take the food and replenish. The birds are not eating the seed, they're eating the food. So it gone. And I brought it back upstairs to replenish. And then he's at the window, like a little right before I came on, and he was just sitting there like, please feed me. And little Freya is like, chirp, chirp, chirp. Stupid cute. I didn't get that on film. It happened so quickly. What I'm trying to get, and I have not mastered it yet, is her butt jiggle. It is hysterical. Like when she winds up and she's like ready to pounce at the window to get a bird. Oh my God, hell, it's hysterical and funny and cute. Did you, Mr. Scott? Did I merge with the spirit? Take time. This is 4 cups. Arnie's deck. Go support Arnie. Take time to reflect on where you are right now. Another theme that's been showing up in our cards tonight. Be open to new possibilities. Do not dwell on the past. Okay, guys, this is the theme of the night. Theme from the archetype cards to all these this section of cards, and we're seeing it. The past is bye-bye, and we're just waiting for the moment to collapse. So am I. I was getting a little, I honestly, with how cold it's been here, like I don't even want to wish this upon anybody. I don't know how people do it up by Fargo, North Dakota, in Canada, and Minnesota, and Wisconsin, and upper UP of Michigan. I don't know how people do it. Montana, negative, past -15. I can handle. Past -25, -30. And that's been the real feel for the past couple of days waking up. It's either between -30 all the way up to 0. And everything in between every day. So when he hasn't shown up for 7 days, I was getting like, did he get stuck, frozen to something? Like where has he been? I don't know. I know he does cross the street, which I fucking can't stand that he does that. But I open up my house, he doesn't want to stay inside. He really like tears up shit. The other day when he came back and I had him inside and I filmed it, Like I try closing the door so he can come in and I can just give him his space. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, and I think that's just because you need to let it go, right? Maybe. Scott's always sending me some good stuff. Thank you, Scott. Seven of Pentacles. Your patience, perseverance, and progress suggest that your hard work is paying off. Take time to enjoy all you have in life. Two of Swords. You are feeling lost, confused, and unable to decide what to do. A lot of us are feeling this energy, right? Because we left the old paradigm behind. Some things are lingering and we don't know what's to come. And we don't know what to do. We're just showing up every day and it's getting a little like tiring. Take time to look at the situation clearly. Do not make rash decisions. Three of Pentacles. You work well with others. There is nothing teamwork cannot handle. You listen well to what others say and learn from it. I don't know how you stay up that late. I'm like getting tired. Ooh, 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 ooh. I have a baby in my room that does those sounds, and it's the cutest fucking thing ever. Wee, 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 wee. Woo, 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 woo. Oh my gosh. Adorbs. Queen of Wands. You are independent, not afraid to take charge. You have the inner strength to accomplish your goals. The Aries card. The Emperor. You are a true leader, a take charge and make decisions soul. You establish order and achieve your goals. Before I pull, that scared me. It's going off. That just went off. And that scared me. What? It's still going. If you're tired, if you're feeling lots of energy, if you're feeling lots of like purge, here we are. Like I said, it's been slowly, the bottom has been slowly peeping up, very gritty until we hit no more blue lines. Okay, so it's hard to show you. All right, you see the bottom? It's really hard to see. I'm trying to tilt it in the right way. All right, you see all the blue lines in the green, like right down here? Because that's not all green. None of that over here. What is that? And actually, that's what's been distracting me to figure out if anybody else has an opinion on it on Facebook. They keep changing the snow totals here. I'm now into 3 to 6. Maybe 10, maybe 12. I'm not seeing anything from the Shubin peoples. Here's the weather. That's what I'm looking at right now. Let it snow. Let it rip. Do, do, do. I'm not seeing Schumann resonance anyway. I'm not seeing it. Mm-mm. All right, back to cards. Sorry. I was thinking that the human residents, some of the pages that I belong to on Facebook would have some kind of other perspective than mine on what that could be in the electromagnetic field, besides my own observation of Gaia is uplifting, we are merging down, and we're not at the middle point. I believe if we start to see everything kind of converge into the middle of the chart, we've ascended, shifted, merged humanity to a new paradigm. Maybe. My opinion. My beautiful perspective. Just thinking out loud. Yeah, I never seen that. I've been watching the Schumann for years. It's not like I'm new to it, and got on the bandwagon for that. Like I've been watching it for years. And that's a first. I've never seen the electromagnetic field. Like usually the green on the bottom is very minimal. And then it chops into the chart like a wave. up and down, and choppy. That's been for a long time. And now all of a sudden, I've been seeing the bottom rise with like gritting happening with blue. Sorry, I have something in my eyeball. And that is an anomaly. I've never seen that before. Will it snow? I'm glad you guys can't hear what's coming out of my body. Snap, crackle, pop, it's a Rice Krispie treat. Snap, crackle, and pop, it's a Rice Krispie treat. Heart home. Love is the truest form, compassion. When you begin to feel like you do not belong anywhere, it's time to make your way back to your heart home. I love spirit. This is your true home. You are being called back to the quiet place where your soul resides. Put everything on hold for a short while. You are being offered the experience of love in the purest form, unconditional and unbounded. This is not the love you must work hard to earn or barter for. Drop into your heart space and rest there for a breath or two. Replace the judgment of yourself and others with compassion. Really, it is that easy when heart home shows up. There's no need to forgive anyone for anything. None of it occurred in spiritual truth. It is only your belief in that story that makes it so powerful. Allow your love to wash clean all those impressions. Empty yourself of all judgment and preconceptions, and allow spirit to fill you with the sweet nectar of peace. When heart home shows up, it is imperative that you heed its call, lest the universe orchestrate a way to bring you back to yourself that is a harsher nature. Snap, crackle, pop, it's a Rice Krispie treat. Caterpillar. We got this during last week's read. Channel members, I think. I might be wrong. It might be Friday. I don't know. Transformation, opportunity, independence from conditioned responses. The energy of Caterpillar appears heralding a time of transformation and opportunity. Here, you are being asked to revise your dreams. If it looks and smells familiar, step away for a time being. The new cannot emerge from the old, and the youthful and vital cannot emerge from the aged and sickly. Experiment and surprise yourself with what arises for you in this moment. Caterpillar is an invitation to test out a new strategy to get a different, better result. Remember, the definition of lunacy is continuing with the same thinking and behavior and hoping for a different outcome. It's time to break away from the habitual responses to surprise yourself and startle others. Eliciting a smile or a frown or a look of awe from those around you. Do not wait for an invitation from life to practice a bit of outrageousness or for permission to do the unexpected. Any other response right now will lead to more of the same and no real change. Sometimes the most original response is no response whatsoever. Stand stock still, staring steadily into the eyes of the players in your drama, avoiding engagement until the moment is right. Caterpillar invites you to witness the story unfolding, knowing that deciding on the timing of your action is as essential as finding the best move to make. And when you do act, let there be no doubt in anyone's mind of your determination and the power you unleash. Patty Pillar. I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up tonight, today, wherever you are in the world. Thank you. I appreciate you. Little Freya appreciates you. Silly Spirit. Round and round. The cycles of life. The spirals of life. Are you spiraling up? Or are you just... Think about it. Round and round. Chaos and conflict. Round and round, chaos and conflict. Are you feeding into it? I'm, oh my God, the government's gonna shut down. Oh my God. What is renting space in your head to have the chaos happen? Because everything is being done by the book. What book? I don't know. The book we all wrote together. By the book. So round and round, chaos and conflict, being done by the book. Here and now, we're experiencing it in the here and now. Even if you're not giving it its attention, it's still happening. So round and round, chaos and conflict being done by the book that we wrote in the here and now. Soon there will be a message in the bottle, so there will be something hiding within something bigger that we need to uncover and pop the cork, release the pressure to get the message. And when that gets done, we regenerate. Energies don't lie. Energies don't lie. This literally came out as a story. We might be seeing it in a paradigm in a movie near you. I'm just not tuning in. I'm shuffling Arnie's angel card number deck. Yeah, that just, we're in it now. Are the storm and the clouds and the snow and the flood and the cold frost. You are it. Ooh. We have angel number 101. Trust your intuition and listen to the guidance of your higher self. Your thoughts and beliefs are creating your reality. So be careful how you think. Actually, quantum physics is starting to, that's a third dimensional process. I'm getting directed to. We broadcast our reality from your frequency. Yes, your thoughts connect, but what are you broadcasting? Because if it was my thoughts that created my reality from the consciousness and not from the subconscious, I'd have everything by now. Two, three, four. Growth, expansion, and abundance. Remember, everyone goes through uneasy times. This too will pass. Just hold your course. Synchronicities, Ashmaya, 333. Positive spiritual mental peace and abundance coming. Your love life and relationships will flourish. Growth and expansion. 444. What you have been preparing for is finally coming to fruition. The angels are with you. Look for signs all around as the angels are giving you messages. 777. Wisdom, intuition, and divine connection. Discovery of self and personal growth. Take time for you and embrace solitude. Another confirmation, a lot of us are in the void, inflecting, introspecting, and working on self as the candle flickers a lot. The sea seems shuffling. Every day I'm shuffling, shuffling, shuffling. Your heart has a greater magnetic field than your brain. Your frequency is transmitted through your heart. Sometimes walking away is the only option. Not because you want to make someone miss you or realize they took you for granted, but because you finally respect yourself enough to know you deserve better. Know your value and know your worth. If your mindset is fixed, I spoke about this earlier. Try to free yourself from that and rise above it. Don't place limitations on what you think you can achieve. Don't stand in your own way. Allow yourself to flourish in ways. Welcome abundance in all forms in your life. I almost spilled a whole ton of cards. If you're in the background, please don't forget to like, subscribe, hype, if you have the ability to hype. It doesn't need to be this live. It could be anything on my channel. I appreciate that. Don't forget to vote for Freya. She's in first place and she's in top 10, baby. Let's get her to number 1. Let's get Miss Freya to number 1. Oh, that's a lot of energy coming off that card. Laguz. No. Water. Laguz is the rune card representing water, and water is a universal symbol for emotion, both positive and negative. If this card appears, you are being encouraged to release your emotions and let them flow to the surface. Tears can be very cleansing, and emotions should be acknowledged and openly expressed. Don't hold back. Allow yourself to feel and live your life to the fullest. The rune also shines light on the importance of being guided by your intuition, which expresses itself through feelings. What are your emotions trying to tell you? Another association with this card is the need for a renewal. Perhaps rigid ideas are holding you back or stifling your creativity, and it is time to be more open-minded and to let the past go and start anew. Meditating beside a lake or a river or visiting the seaside may help release creative blocks and bring renewed energy and inspiration. Lagos, Hagalas, Naldis. Oh my God. Amy, Auntie Amy. Oh my God. Girl, what are you doing? The full moon, Leo, snow moon, February 1st. A sacred pause before rebirth. I want to see if there's anything for the full moon that is on Sunday for all of us. I'm getting slammed with snow right now. And all I'm getting is, it's snowing. Anything else, Spirit? The moon and Jupiter share a dazzling moment in this night sky, the giant planet shining beside the nearly full moon. A perfect night to look up and savor the brilliant pairing. All right, I don't see anything. I'm not gonna try to attempt to find any more. I like to give you guys the moon energy. I'm not an astrologer, so I'm not the best, but I like to look at the difference of opinion with the energies coming in. And that also helps you, it helps me focus on what I need to do for self and what I need to focus on. So a lot of tonight's cards are focusing on flow, going within, empowering yourself. Freya! Where are you, girlie? It's Freya. It's a Freya girl, cute as can be. Hi. What? Eating my sculpture, yes, indeed. She's a superhero cat. It's a little Freya with the sassy tail. Yes, indeed. You see how sassy her tail is? It's little Freya. If I bend down, she's going to run. Come here. This is what she does. She eats my shit. Hey. No. You come here, Missy. We got to vote for you. See, now she runs. Aw. Have a good night, Buckshot. And I'll be dropping the link so everybody can watch the show that you're going to be on tomorrow. I'm also going to put a link in for today's Arnie's show that he had on Sacred Spiral Network. Have a beautiful night, Buckshot. I'm at my last card. Freya interrupted. Freya, Cat interrupted. Vote for Freya. A vote for her is a vote for Pedro. No one thought Pedro was going to win. Napoleon Dynamite approves. We have the Pearl of Sharo. Unfortunately, I have to cover up areas here. Taking responsibility for your experience empowers you. You are going to resolve an issue through spiritual inspiration and higher guidance. You will rise up in full connection to your spirit and access a wealth of divine treasure. That which has brought darkness into your world shall submit to the light and be transformed. Have courage and commitment to your awakening, for you are a precious being and can go far on the spiritual path this lifetime. To arise spiritually, manifesting one's own priceless soul pearl, we are required to respond to initially unwanted situation in such a way that our soul light and power is increased as a result. The soul alchemy evokes the inner pearl of radiant being. Such spiritual wisdom cannot be bought or sold, controlled, nor exploited. It is perfect, nourishing grace, always free and always radiant with light. It is inspirational triumph of creativity and healing. In the inner work of self-transformation, we take that which appears negative and utilize it to increase our goodness. However, we need to take care not to attribute the negativities to divine will that are actually caused by humans. Human beings have free will. Without it, there could be no growth, only a following of rules. For the soul, life is something like a multidimensional art class. It is allowed to create with an absolute freedom, with the understanding that it will be responsible for its creation. That opens a path for truly beautiful and blessed offerings to the collective. It also opens a path to expressions of free will that create suffering. Whether our choices create liberation or enslavement to pain is the responsibility of the human beings. This body has been given to us that we may learn and grow spiritually. We are all in the process, varying in our capacities and awareness, but ultimately progressing together. If some members of our human family are in such pain, they can only create further pain. That is their choice. As a group, we work to heal the cause of the pain to free them and the rest of us from such a tragic use of free will. When rare and precious members of our human family develop such luminous awareness that excluding light, they call us into greater peace and happiness than those of us who are able to receive and share what they offer, do so for the benefit of all. Spirit does not wish you or any creature to become sick or to suffer. In its infinite resourcefulness and love, with full respect for your free will, which enables you to grow according to your own pace and purpose, Spirit will provide path after path of healing resolution. It is up to us when or if we answer that call. The oracle has emerged in your reading because you have the capacity to become a light bearer. Safeguard your energy, yet trust the light within is strong enough to see you through any struggle and eventually transform it into a precious pearl of sacred empowerment. You have wisdom in your divinity and divinely alchemical heart. You shall arise with dignity. Wow. So guys, I'm going to get some rest. I have a lot of shuffling to do in the morning. Fun times. Maybe snow blowing. We'll see. Until then, I want to thank each and every one of you for showing up. I will be live at some point on Tuesday. So try to come, hang out. I will maybe craft something. I did not get to spray paint this baby yet or Mod Podge, but Kitty Cat Hearts is incoming. Please be safe, be seen. Please stay warm. Sending each and every one of you love, like a passion, grace, shielding, and protective energy. Please go in. Because you are the lighthouse. Seed and sprinkle your truths. Light that path forward. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hype. Vote for Freya. She made 2 appearances today. 1 unabated and 1 forced. I want to thank everybody for showing up. Please check out my other content. I will have a video of Little Thor tomorrow morning. So stay tuned for that. I want to thank everybody for just showing up and liking, subscribing, and just helping me with the growth of this channel and helping me survive in the moment. So thank you. Please be safe, be seen. Again, there's a lot of storms happening. Mine happens to not be coinciding with the snow beginning on the East Coast. It's 2 separate things. But we're getting a lot of snow right now, so we'll see what happens. Channel members, either Saturday or Sunday, all depends on the snow and how much I get and how much exertion I put out there. I will be pulling your oracle cards for the channel member only video. If you would like to become a member, there's a join button on my channel. I have 2 tiers only, so only 2 to choose from. And you get a nice value. I do a whole hour plus of pulling so many other decks. And some of the same ones we pulled tonight, but the messages are confined to the channel members. So it's a really great way for me to give back and give you guys a thank you amongst all the emojis. And eventually, when I can get myself back on my feet, we'll have raffles again. People have won $150 pyramids and skulls and paintings and all kinds of good stuff. A lot of the people on this channel in this chat have won. So they know what they got, stuff to enjoy forever. So please get some rest. I will update everybody on Tuesday. Make sure you're checking out. I do readings during the week. Make sure you ring the bell icon on my channel so you know when I go live, you know when I'm uploading something. Not everybody does that. And then I didn't know you were live tonight. It happens. It's okay. I know people like to support, but then they forget. It happens. So yeah, make sure you're ringing the bell icon because I sometimes don't know when I get home from work if I got stuff going on that has to be done first. So please be safe. Have a blessed and beautiful night wherever you are in the world. Breathe, and I'll see you on the next one.